Morning. I'd like to call to order the special board meeting of the Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors. It's April 25th, 2024, 9 a.m. We're at the Lakeland Lodge. And we're online. Do we have anyone online?
We have Vana online.
Great. Good morning, Bonna. Let's do roll call. Here, Aaron. Here. Mike.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Ken.
Ken, here.
Kenzie.
Here.
Greg.
Here.
Sorry, I'm going down instead of across. Ivan.
Here.
Doug.
Here.
Elizabeth.
Almost.
Chris.
Yes.
Bryce.
Here.
Marjorie.
Here.
Jim.
Here.
Ian. Maybe later.
Yes.
Later.
9:30-ish.
No,
Oh,
he
thanks.
asked us not to adjust it. He's just we're gonna let him know when it's his time to come in.
Okay. Shannon.
Here.
Jill.
Here.
And Vana is online.
Morning.
And we have a visitor.
You do?
Would any visitors like to announce themselves? Okay,
We will have a visitor at some point during the meeting for a short while, engineer I've invited to apply for board position, so she'll just probably doesn't want to introduce herself or anything like that, but she was listening
virtual.
virtual.
Great.
Okay.
Yes.
The current visitor is with DOT,
Yeah.
Sean.
Good morning. Sorry, I was having trouble figuring out the interface a little bit.
Morning, Sean.
Hi, yeah, I'm Sean Simmons with the Washington State Department of Transportation, with the headquarters, right-of-way plans and survey support.
Great, welcome. Thanks for joining us. All right, that takes us to the order of agenda. I entertain a motion to approve the order.
Agenda, that's with me. Second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor of approving the motion to approve the order of agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. At this time, we'll go into executive session. Pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, and for the purposes set forth therein, the board will move into the closed session portion of the meeting to consult with the board attorney, discuss matters related to enforcement and cases in current litigation. The closed executive session will last until 9:34 a.m. Once the closed executive session concludes, the board reconvenes. Open session. It is now, 9:04. We will reconvene open session at 9:34. Kenzie, please pause recording. No problem.
I mean, yeah, they're.
Order.
I see some gavel.
Yeah.
Really?
Always at the same time.
It's just, it's the great.
And we have quite a few more guests now.
Okay.
It's like. Did you do this? Yes.
All right, folks, time to reconvene. We're back into open session. Next item is to approve the meeting minutes from our February 22nd, 2024 meeting.
I move to approve the minutes from the February 22nd and 4th meeting as written.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to approve the February 22nd meeting minutes, please say aye. Are there any opposed? Carries. All right, we have reached the public comment opportunity portion of the meeting. All board meetings are open to the public, and the board invites comments and discussions from the general public. Individuals may give verbal comments during the public comment period with 3 minutes allotted to each speaker. You may comment about any matter that is on the agenda, any matter that concerns you. Board meetings are not adjudicative proceedings nor hearings, so the board cannot accept and consider direct oral testimony in support of or opposition to any given complaint or application. Before you give comments, we encourage you to familiarize yourself with the board's statutory authority. All public comments are subject to disclosure under the Public Records Act. Welcome guests. Would anyone like to make a public comment? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Also, if you don't want to comment, but you want to identify yourself, please do so now. Okay. Let's move along. That brings us to item 3, disciplinary action. We've got one case deliberation. Bill,
None at this time, Mr. Chair.
okay. Let's go to disciplinary report.
All right. Well, this last time we've received, a few more complaints than we normally have in the past, so right now we have a total of, 28 cases that are open. Actually, a couple of them are closing this time. Yeah, if you can see right now, there's like, I got 25% in investigations at this point, so, yeah, getting a little busy. And next time I'll have a more detailed report for you. Has anybody got any questions?
I know things kind of ebb and flow. It seems fairly quiet now. I mean,
Well, like I said, we've gotten more complaints in this last period than normal. I think it's just the time of the year, the building starts and full moons and.
Bill, one question,
Yes,
and Peter may chime in on it with, that's our new pro tem.
yes,
Yeah, I see that he's been tasked with one.
correct.
What is your expectation on load distribution as?
Well, we got a couple more that, Walt will be getting. And, other than that, right now, I think Jim just has one case that we know what's going on with it, what's happening with it, and I probably won't be getting Jim anymore for right now. The ones that I do have open that are, under the land surveyors, I think that other than 2 of them, there probably can be administratively closed. They're nothing real detailed. So, Walt will be getting a couple more.
Thank you.
So we have 3 in legal, so their statement of charges that are being drafted up right now,
Correct.
and how long does that expect to?
I have, 2 of them that are pretty much ready for signature, and one that is gonna be reviewed with the case manager and our AAG. I'm gonna have set up a meeting tomorrow for next week for a review of that one, and then it'll be ready.
Right.
questions? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to item 4, committee reports. Executive committee. That was an epic fail due to a blame it on the last airlines. At any rate, the chair wasn't present, so I don't have a report. Sorry. Practice committee, Ivan.
Right, the practice committee met April 19th, 2024, at 10 a.m. We were both virtual, and then we had a presence in the board office via. Present was myself, Doug, Aaron, as board members, and then Jess was Jim and Vince Brown from WASDOT, and then staff present were Ken, Christina, Jill, Shannon, and Elizabeth. We had complaints received in for the last period were 8. We had 5 of those were engineering complaints, 2 were surveyor complaints, and 1 was an on-site designer. So once again, the engineers have overtaken the surveyors. Total administrative closures was 2. Both of those were survey closures. Our compliance / non-compliance report is Ms. Short reported that there are currently 3 individuals on compliance monitoring, and Huxell, Clifton, Berkeley, and Steve Morta. Mr. Huxell is going through the appeal process. Filings are complete in this case, and it was tentatively been set for consideration by a panel of judges without oral argument on May 20th of 2024. Mr. Berkeley and Mr. Morota are both in compliance with the court order. Brian Hopkins and Russell Bosch, it's Bosch, right, or Bosch?
Bosch.
Are on non-compliance report, and we are continuing to monitor that. Then we had a discussion about the interagency agreement with WASDOT. Committee reviewed the 1990 interagency agreement with WASDOT regarding when WASDOT employees are allowed to perform surveys when not licensed, but under the direct supervision of a licensed professional land surveyor or licensed professional engineer. Yes, Vince Brown informed the committee that in 1998, the board issued a warning letter about DOT activities and since that letter was issued, they are not performing surveying without a licensed ELS and responsible charge. PC chair, i.e. me, recommended a task force be established to have discussions with WASDOT and DNR to determine if any agreement is even necessary anymore. If an agreement is necessary, a memorandum of understanding or policy should be considered instead of an interagency agreement. Chris Horton, Jim Wrangler volunteered. I think I volunteered to represent our agency. Pat Bueller from DNR and Sean Simmons from DOT will be contacted for representation from those agencies. PDH hours audit update. Staff provided an update to committee on 5 audits that occurred since the last meeting. 4 of those audits were done through the complaint process, and 1 was done automatically by Polaris. Staff will be requesting Polaris turn off the automatic audits as they have no way to know who was audited, and the information requested is incorrect, and ask the licenses to send their audit information to DOL instead of Morples. Staff will continue to provide updates on audit findings in the future. Recommendations to the board: establish a task force for interagency agreement review with WASDOT DNR. And our action items coming out of the committee are staff will ask DOL to turn off the automatic audits being sent out by Polaris. Number two, will ensure all board orders are put on the updated BRPELS website. And staff will speak with AAG regarding the benefits of filing civil actions against Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Huxell. And our strategic goals, we have none at this time. Our strategic planning session, that will be
Yeah, there were a lot of PC items as I recall.
Doug, anything to add?
No, I guess in the context. Aspect of the legacy BOT agreement is that, we believe that in general context, they're doing the right work. They still have, exceptions under code for filing. That they're otherwise doing the right work as they do their surveys to support their DOT projects. I anticipate that from the discussions, we're probably gonna be this is gone and we don't need anything else. Unless you wish to pursue changing the exceptions to register to filing. And can make that happen amicably.
Yeah, that's already your, exemption in the Survey Recording Act as it is. Any state agency can use a non-surveyor to do a survey, and the state agencies aren't required to record surveys. That's in the legislation.
So unless we amicably change the legislation, then I think there's nothing.
Yeah, this all came out of DNR whack change that removed the engineer from being allowed to file a temporary removal of a monument permit, because ultimately they couldn't record a survey. So that was removed by the DNR. That's why we're gonna have a discussion with the DNR, DOT, and us, and figure out whatever, just have a discussion and move forward from there.
In the long run, like some of the discussions in other aspects, I think we're getting a lot more ease of operation with the other agencies and bodies, so that we're getting a better, statewide grip.
But for what it's worth, I mean, it's not as though the agreement or a state agency under statute and rule is exempt from filing or creating any sort of map or product for the public's benefit. They are required by policy and by process and probably other statutes or rules that they have to file within their state agency office, right-of-way plans that reflect what they do. It's like county engineers under their statute, they file in the county engineer's office. So it's not that these records are never being produced and the information is not being available. It's just that the recording act is specific as to the steps that need to be taken, and state agencies are exempt from filing that specific, involving that specific process.
And back then, it was probably more of an issue. Right now, the DNR records all their surveys, DOT records surveys, so they're not even using the exemption. They are filing, I should say, recording with the county auditors, just like every other survey. So it's really a non-issue at this point.
Do they get exempted from all those fees?
Once it's,
I mean, those are huge fees.
when they record, they have to pay the fee, correct? They,
I don't think so. I don't think so. I heard that
Oh, no, they get charged the fee.
Yeah, I think they have to by law.
Yeah,
If they go in, the auditor has to charge them. There's no exemption for them to pay that.
The way the program gets charged or whatever.
It's a big circle of funds.
It is a surplus fund. It's funds, but the law is,
Yeah.
any state or any agency, any public agency has to pay another public agency for any work that's being done.
Yes.
Pretty clear.
It's like us.
And
us
equality-
having to pay rent to ourselves.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
the quality of those surveys are so much better than they were years ago when that interagency agreement was done, so.
So can we be clear that that interagency agreement is not valid? I would like to be clear about that because it's not. And that way we have it in the minutes and if in the future, there needs to be some kind of memorandum of understanding. That's fair, but there's a lot of things wrong with this interagency agreement. First of all, there's, no date. And second of all, it's not enforceable, so.
Well, from your advice, and you're telling us
It's not valid.
it's not valid,
So if you need one, start over or put it in a policy or whatever, but just on the record. Let's not go back to it in 2 years and say, let's talk about this. It's just not valid.
after we have our meeting with the DNR and the DOT, we'll get your advice on how to proceed.
Do you mind restating what this task force is doing then?
The task force is going to be meeting with WASDOT and DNR to understand if a memorandum of understanding is needed or some type of policy needs to be created. So,
Or
kind of sounds
or
like
nothing-
Maybe.
or if nothing has to happen.
Yeah.
If it's just, we have the law as stated doesn't need any special clarification.
And we'll take into consideration the current agreement.
It's not a current agreement.
That's void.
Okay,
So keep
we
in
don't
mind,
have, we don't
keep
have,
in mind that there's no agreement right now.
Okay.
There needs to be an agreement, memorandum of understanding can happen, but that agreement itself is void.
okay. And just to make it official,
You would come.
can a committee create a task force? Or authorize a task force, or does that need to come from the chair or board action?
I don't think it's.
Well, the recommendation is that
Yeah.
you create a task force.
So theoretically, when we approve the unit or the committee report, we'd be forming the task force.
Well, I don't approve. We receive.
Oversee.
But you could or won't.
So I think it's a separate action, either if the chair can do it. But if we need to take board action, is it new business that has to go to next meeting? What's the appropriate point of order here?
Maybe reasonable for you to. As described in this piece.
I would like to do so.
You're the president.
So shall we?
It's our task force title.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the name?
I say we crunch all the letters together.
Yeah. How about just it?
DNR task force.
So my question, so I guess, Elizabeth, is the fact that within this agreement, it's specifically, there's action that needs to be done by both parties, right? And by saying that the agreement is void or, not enforceable or what have you, we are not saying that everything is not enforceable by this document.
Right,
It's just enforceable by other
Right.
statutory and, okay,
exactly.
okay, because, and I wanted to be clear on that because a lot of these, they have to follow the law,
Right.
just like everybody else.
And-
And this agreement, by saying it's gone, is not saying that they don't have to follow, or nobody has to follow the law.
Right. I always think it's funny when, you restate that, but people do restate that in pretty much every agreement.
Right.
Follow the law.
So, I mean, I'm just reading through this and I'm saying, okay, there's nothing that is not law in here.
Then it's probably useless.
it's probably useless, but getting rid of it, I don't want it to seem like,
yeah,
okay, you know,
do anything you want.
yeah, absent the law,
I think you just say it's void and you don't need to,
current law.
because current law, well, it's void because there's, for various reasons, especially where there's no end date. And then, but current law takes care of, there's no need to create a substitution or.
So by having some passage of a motion or what have you, have it in the minutes that is, I mean, do we have to have something at which we vote on to say that this is void, or can we just say that we make a motion?
It's just a legal conclusion that it's void.
Okay.
Why don't we put together a letter to both, to WASDOT, basically stating this, so that can be the document that all read together, and not just the meeting minutes.
You could wait until the task force is done, and then that way you'd have something to say.
Yeah, let's bundle it up all together. I like the sounds of that.
Okay.
So,
I move we receive the practice committee chair's report.
Second.
great.
Oh,
Any
sorry,
more?
was that second, Ivan? Jen?
Any more discussion? All those in favor of receiving the practice committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right. Okay, and the minutes will show that we formed a task force. We're calling it WSDOT.
IAATF.
Oh, thank you. Jim, Chris, who else?
Sean and Jeff Mueller.
Bill may not know that he's on the committee. but-
No, I've emailed him.
Okay.
I also
Chris.
suggested to the committee that we put the new surveyor in automatically to just drop by fire.
Yeah. Throw them in the deep end of the pool. Okay, and this task force will report back to the practice committee, correct? Yeah. Great. Okay. Good discussion. Takes us to 4.3, exam qualifications committee. Jim?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This committee met April 22nd at 1:30 PM. By in person and virtually. Committee members present was myself, Marjorie, and Michael. Support staff was Ken, Chris, Vanna, Shannon, Elizabeth, Mackenzie, Greg, and Bryce. And we had guest Corinne Greenwald. Discussion topics were foreign experience PE application from the UK. Committee reviewed the experience from the UK for an applicant applying for the PE exam, and we recommend that that application was approved. Next item was the PLS state exam and on-site exam results. Staff provided the results of the March 2024 state PLS examination. 44 took the exam, 27 passed for a 61% pass rate. That's about 10% higher than normal. Staff provided the result of the March 2024 on-site licensing examination. 14 took the exam, 2 passed for a 14% pass rate. That was pretty good.
We have those in the packet, I think.
The committee recommends to the board approve the result of the March 2024 exams, both of them. We also discussed decoupling. The committee discussed decoupling of experience from exams and how Washington State is one of the few states that does not decouple the experience and exams. That's allowing individuals to take the exam without the required experience. The committee reviewed a list of WACs and RCWs that may need to be changed if the board was to decide to decouple the experience from the exams. We also reviewed maps showing this which states are decoupled to the PE and PLS? I asked the I asked if NCEES only looks at ABET approved degrees when applicants sign up for PLS or LSIT exams. Marjorie discussed a spreadsheet from the packet showing states that respond to questions about decoupling. It was discussed with a lot of states decoupling the experience from the exams. The board may need to change how experience is looked at and what qualifies as experience for licensure. No decisions were made. We determined that it will be up to the EQC to recommend decoupling to the board because it would require legislative change. However, we are not ready to make recommendations to the board at this time. We need just a little bit more work. Action item, staff to contact NCEES to see how they allow applicants to sign up for LSIT and PLS exams if they only let ABET approved surveying degrees graduates take the exam. And the action item is I will talk to state representatives at the Western Zone meeting in May about how decoupling works in their states. Next item was exam review policy. The committee members stated that they would like more time to review the draft policy. They requested that the staff work with Mr. Hendrickson to address his comments and then send the current version to the committee prior to the meeting. I requested that the committee review the policy in person at an in-person meeting in June instead of trying to do it virtually. And the action item, staff to meet with Mr. Hendrickson in Vancouver to address his comments and staff to schedule a meeting in person prior to the June meeting to work on the draft policy. As a report, any other comments, Marjorie?
First, I'm gonna move that we accept the EQC chair's report.
Second.
And then
May I
have a little
ask
clarification.
a question? This came up when we reviewed the minutes from last meeting. We used the term accept and receive. Is there a preference whether we accept or receive? Accept to me sounds closer to approval than receive. Does it matter? I don't want to.
I don't know that it matters.
Did you and Shannon, did you look into this further to see if it matters?
No, we were gonna look in the rules of order.
Yeah, we hadn't had the opportunity yet. I'll look at that.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Please go ahead, Carl.
Forget. And on the issue of decoupling, the committee discussed that there are so many states now that just allow NCEES to approve a candidate to take an exam, a PE exam specifically to start with. And that some states are saying, don't even apply to us until you pass the exam. And then have your experience, then come to us. Many people in Washington are starting to understand that, and so they don't even say that they're applying for licensure in Washington. And so we are getting more and more applications of people who have passed the exam, as opposed to what our laws say, which are apply to us when you've got the right amount of experience. We'll determine that that's okay, and then we'll let you take the exam through NCEES. So we are already seeing a lot of people who are applying for initial licensure who have passed the exams. So the question then is, do we need to change our laws because we are allowing that? Do we proceed with just how it's going already, which is that we're accepting those applications because we're not going to turn them down? And so that's kind of the issues. And so maybe talking to some of the other states at the Western Zone on how they're dealing with that. Did they go through mega law changes for some of these things too? So that was kind of the discussion of the decoupling. But then another important piece of it is that we do not require surveyors to have 4-year degrees. And so is NCWS only allowing surveyors with 4-year degrees to sit for the exam? Or how are they determining somebody's ready for the exam then? Because that is different than the way the engineering licensure is, which is gotta have a 4-year degree, and then NCAA says sit. So that's a big piece to us to find out, and that's what Donna's going to NCAA to understand more, so.
And Donna has a comment.
All right.
Good morning, Donna.
Good morning. I did send that response over to, or that inquiry over to NCWS, and they have responded. And they stated that if anyone registers through a Washington board and they have an auto approve with, because we approve decoupling, then anyone who has already taken the FE or the FS, regardless if they have education or no education, gets automatically approved to take the exam. Steph Goodnow with NCWS also has offered to meet with the board and discuss decoupling because she said that there are a lot of other ins and outs to it. So if you want, we can schedule a meeting with her.
Who is that, Donna?
Steph Goodnow. She's with NCWS.
Okay, the action item though specifically is survey.
Yes.
So what
Correct.
you do is EEN.
FENFS.
I don't know,
Yeah.
but
No, we understand that NCWS is approving applicants who have a 4-year degree in engineering to sit for the PE.
Right. Okay.
And then we're getting people coming to us after they have experience saying, hey, I've already passed the exam. Here's my experience, give me the license. But we didn't know what NCWS was using as their criteria for surveyors. And so that's why Vonna went to them specifically for surveyors. And she's saying that Goodnow is willing to meet with us and give us an overall understanding of how they evaluate applications.
I kind of missed what the first answer was. So NCWS is accepting anybody from Washington State with a degree or not?
Correct. If we choose to decouple, as long as the applicant has taken the fundamentals of engineering and or the fundamentals of surveying, and they go to apply to take the next exam, regardless of education, because we've decoupled, they are auto approved.
But how do you get approved to take the fundamentals if you don't have the experience? What if you don't have an education? Anybody coming in off the street could just apply and take both exams. If we decouple, is what we're saying.
She is saying if we decouple, can we just agree that we would like Stephanie to meet with the EQC?
Yeah, we have to understand more.
Yeah, and maybe prior to the in-person meeting, maybe we have a separate meeting virtually to have a better understanding of how they evaluate, or maybe they have something in writing they can send us. Because it's how are they doing it now with us states that are not decoupled? And how are they doing it
I
with the
assume,
states that are decoupled so that we understand what the change would be if we change?
yeah, what is the process now? What do we do as a board? What trigger do we do?
We approve a candidate for licensure and allow them to sit for an exam
after experience.
after, if their experience has been reviewed by us and approved.
So they come to our board, number one, first step, and here's my packet of stuff. And once we check it off, they then apply through NCWS to take the PE for the PS exam.
Right.
If they want to take it in Washington. But right now, because it's all computer-based testing, there are people who are taking the exam in other states, physically in Washington, well before they have their experience.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, but
Like,
And they don't even have to define a state,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you
Except to
try
click
to,
on it when they apply for the exam, they click on Oregon,
oh, okay.
Washington, or any other.
and we're
They
talking,
do say
we're
another
talking
state.
initial licensure,
Yes,
initial licensure.
yes. Yeah, so they do have to click on, oh, I'm really gonna get my license in Oregon. As an example.
But
Clicking on us.
technically, they can click on any state. They don't have to click
Yeah.
on Washington.
Yeah,
And
They don't.
coupled state.
that's what they're doing.
But, okay, so initial licensure, I want to be a PE, read this the wrong way. I want to be a PE.
I know you want to be.
Thanks for fighting.
I have taken my FE. Good, 4 years ago, okay? I want to be a PE, initial licensure in Washington. I only have 6 years of experience. I can't take that exam because I submit my application to the board, Washington board, and the board says, no, you don't have enough experience. We're not gonna allow you to sit for the PE
Right.
exam, right?
It depends.
Yeah, depends.
It depends.
It depends. I mean, so if you have a ABET accredited degree, you're automatically going to get 4 years, and now you need 4 additional years of practical work experience. So if you have those 6 years of practical work experience and you have an ABET, then you have the 8 years to take the PE exam.
Yeah, so that's what I was sort of trying to understand is there are some exceptions to that. It's not a 4-4.
But if you only had
Well,
2 years experience.
how much experience, what education, all that, that's a different topic. The topic is, if you apply to us and we don't approve your experience, we don't agree to you sitting for the exam. If you go straight to NCWS and you say, I am gonna get licensed in Oregon, then NCWS looks at your education record. And I'm assuming the fundamentals of engineering exam, and then they allow you to sit for the PE. And you might just only have 1 year of experience beyond your education, or
Or
none.
not. There's no link between
There's, right.
experience and.
So they can take it at any time. Now they're coming to us and saying, hey, I've already passed the PE exam. Here's my experience. And we say, good looking experience. And we give them a license. Do we have to change the law to say that that's what we're doing? Are we doing it, or anything that is holding our stakeholders, our constituents back by not verbalizing that we're accepting it that way? Because we don't advertise, or we don't have law that says, yeah, we're accepting it that way now.
Just word of mouth.
Yes.
Well, we don't accept
Kids coming out of school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been doing that in California for the last 20-25 years.
Yes.
Right.
California's only 2 years.
Yeah.
Right.
So there are laws. I'm assuming somebody 20-25 years ago looked at it and said this is okay.
But we still have to approve experience. We won't give them a license.
No, the difference is if they get licensed in California and then they wait another 2 years, they're a comedy applicant.
And that's how everybody's coming, oh, I get it.
If they take the test,
They're not coming in by comedy, they're just, so
Right.
we're really. the
Initial
ones.
licensure, but they've passed the
They just wait the
exam.
3
They
years.
just never applied for licensure
So
in California or
going to be incumbent on the exam qualification committee to review these applications for experience a lot more. Because they have their, passed the exams and now apply to us with no experience. So we have to approve that experience before we give them the license.
Is that the?
Which we have to do anyway.
Yeah.
The staff does most of it. So does it need to be more of the committee with the PE on it, looking at this with a discriminating eye to make sure that they really do have the experience they're claiming? I don't know.
Right now, that seems to be at staff discretion.
It's question and goes to the board.
Yeah. I think that's working pretty well,
I would say that in the last month that I've been looking at structural applications, I have found it very informative. And I think it would be a benefit to board members to see a certain number of applications. Just because it helps us kind of have an understanding of who's coming in and how staff is approving. And it can't hurt if we help staff. Many jurisdictions, all applications go to the board. I was talking to somebody in Delaware who doesn't get a lot of applications, but the staff looks at the application, then the person must come in for an oral interview in front of the board. So every board meeting has applicants coming in to say, I want to be licensed. So there's a lot of ways of doing it, but I think that seeing the applications has been valuable for me, and I hope for the staff.
And the amount of running is wax and RCWs, if we do couple, was enormous. It was, Lana or the staff came up with what laws and
Yeah,
have to be
Shannon had
changed.
probably 14 pages of RCW and WAC that we would need to go through and decide if changes are needed. If we felt that we needed to make sure that our laws reflected what we were doing. And we have the option to do what Oregon's doing, which is don't even send us an application until you've passed the exam. There's that option too. So
Do you find that the passage of the exam is what you anticipated the experience to be currently?
of the.
So right now, it's people are coming to us with this experience and we say, yeah, you are at level, you can sit in the exam. Their passage of the exam should be on par with what their experience is. You can kind of gauge that. But I'm just asking, so if their experience is satisfactory or it satisfies the condition, but they are not passing the exam, then there would be obviously a delta. But if they are passing the exam and they have minimal amount of experience, do you see that in the exam passage rates and
We don't have that information.
Do we even see the passage rates for other states' exams?
No.
Yeah, so like what they're doing is they're taking the exam
Yeah.
in Illinois or some other state, right? And so I don't know that we would even see.
I don't
whenever passing when
think
they take it.
we even see the pass rate for our examinees. The EPE, the Examinations for Professional Engineers Committee that I am on, saw the pass rates, and I looked specifically to say, is there a dip going on in the last few years? And there was not. So
You would think it'd be a lot easier to have experience than take the exam, but
and
think-
some people might wait and do that.
Yeah.
But others are saying, hey, I want to take it multiple times and, have more of a chance of passing
right,
it.
the alternate concern that the committee has been discussed in the committees is you just get somebody sharp that's a good test taker and they cram for a test and they pass it. But they don't necessarily know how to piece it together because they're missing the experience portion. So
Suppose they get the experience before they apply for license.
we require that.
And that's another.
And so at the minutes that Jim read was that the EQC wants to be sure that, you know, if there's anything we need to do to be more specific about experience records and evaluation. And maybe it takes board members that can evaluate that experience more than just how many years do they have. Then we should help with that.
Sure. Ivana, you've got your hand raised.
So I was just going to say two things. One, I can go ahead and schedule Steph for the June EQ meeting to come in and talk to EQC if that would work. And then two, Shannon and I could get together and put some kind of visual guide together that shows you what all of our current processes are, and then what we would think it would look like if we were to go the decoupled route.
Great. I think would it also maybe be appropriate to have the committee, with the help of the AG's office, review current language and see if there's any concern about current practice of accepting these applications, right?
Elizabeth did that when we first started accepting.
Are we good?
Yeah, because I think our law requires 8 years of experience and passing an exam. And then it goes on to say, if you want to take the exam, you have to have your experience before. And the first sentence, I think, says, to be licensed as a professional engineer, you need to have like the experience and pass an exam, either oral or written.
Okay, so we're good then.
Right.
I think it's gonna need another go through. I mean, all the things that Shannon marked, I haven't looked at it, but, you know, we do need to make sure that we've reviewed the laws.
Right, we're not decoupled,
Whack.
so.
Right,
They
but
follow
we're
different-
accepting, we're basically accepting a different order.
Right.
So the question I had, so just a question of clarification of what Shannon and Elizabeth just said. If the board chooses to decouple, we have to change law and rule? Or do we just continue, are we only talking about accepting folks that don't follow our steps?
I think I would want to take another look at
Okay,
that.
got it.
I wasn't asked to do that for this meeting, so.
Right.
And we haven't decided if we want to go down that road.
Yeah, the board can either just keep doing what we're doing or can change our application form and everything else. To say it's okay for you to go get that exam approved first, in which case NCWS will add our name to one of those states that just allows them to do it without
Yeah,
experience.
so at the risk of being sent out to the pasture land, is this board willing to go towards decoupling?
And
I don't think we're ready to vote on it at this point.
Well, it can't be an action item.
But
It could be a discussion.
starting to put together the package to,
I think that's what the EQC is doing, and we have the action items that we felt were the next step towards making that decision as to continue down the current path or, you know, move towards making it more formal, that we allow that, or just saying, don't talk to us until your exam's
Yeah.
done. I mean, that's kind of the three.
And I'm concerned about surveyors, though. Anybody with no education or any experience can apply and take 2 exams.
Yeah, so that's.
Because we don't require a degree in Washington State.
Well, how does that work?
So what is
In
the,
high school, you can take the PLS exam.
You don't require a degree for engineers either.
True, but
But we think that NCWS
It's
says
required.
is they're evaluating somebody to take the exam in a couple of states, that if you have a 4-year degree and a FE.
The stage gate that the board has is still the license, right?
right,
I mean, so, some, pardon my language, knucklehead who can go take both those exams, is just a good exam taker, pass both those exams. Before they can be licensed, they've still got to apply for licensure in Washington State. Staff's got to look at it, right? You would think that they would flag something like that and push it up to the committees.
And you do have to take the state exam. Our
Yeah,
state exam for survey. So there's some sort of stuff.
For survey, I mean, it seems like really the threshold or the big focus is on experience, whether or not they take the exam or not, right? Because experience, if they have the experience in education, then they most likely will be approved to sit for the exam. Okay? What you're saying is that the experience is still the decision that has been being made, whether or not we did right? Because, you know, if they're gonna pass the exam later or pass the exam before, experience is still the primary focus of getting a license.
Right, but what we have
Focus, yeah.
experience, so somebody gets their that passes both their survey exams. Then they go work for an engineering company that only does engineering surveys and no boundary whatsoever, so you have no boundary experience. They have 8 years of it. How can they then be allowed to take our exam?
I think we're still evaluating the experience, and we always will.
So it becomes more, that's what I'm saying, the EQ needs to be involved more than the staff. Looking at that experience and making sure it's really in what's supposed to be.
But if the staff right now is evaluating that experience to the same level, whether or not they're able to take the exam. So I'm just trying to really figure out if experience is the primary, call it motivator, maybe that's not the right term. Is experience the primary motivator for us as a board to have somebody get their license?
It depends on the path they're taking. If you're going to 4 year of school, you're gonna have some sort of background, some knowledge. But you don't have to have I don't have a 4 year degree in surveying.
I can answer that easily. Yes, experience is one of the highest qualifications for us in licensure. Exams, great, all that.
Exactly.
Certainly important, but yes, experience is extremely important to make sure we have quality licenses.
Exactly. You've always been an advocate of that, and I am completely on your side. I think experience is the really that decision, right?
And Mr. has 6 or 8 years of experience.
And we're evaluating the experience regardless.
Right.
Okay, well, good discussion. I think, exam qualifications committee, we will get some more input. Please remember to discuss this with our counterparts at the Western Zone meeting. Also, if you could get input from staff as far as administratively, you know, what is this doing to us with accepting decoupled applicants? And then even explore the what if, in the case of Oregon, what would it mean for our agency if we said, okay, don't even apply unless you've passed the exam? I mean, that's an interesting thing to look at. We would still require the experience, but maybe, I don't know, maybe it cuts down a tremendous amount of paperwork. Anyway.
It does. We got some information through base camp from other jurisdictions, administrative personnel that said it cut down on the number of applicants, obviously, because only the people that have passed the exam are now applying. And it spreads it out throughout the year so that we can respond faster. We're not getting those lumps of applications so our turnaround is much faster now.
The people who are treating Washington as decoupled, even though we're not technically, we are in practice. But those people that go take that PE exam a year out of school or 6 months out of school, right? They're probably doing the same thing because we never see their application until 3-4 years later when they've got the experience, they've already passed the exam. Here you go, give me my license.
Right. So it's happening with a few.
It's
Already.
it's the majority, I can just say anecdotally, it's the majority of my staff at Shannon Wilson do it that way.
Can I just check in? The one thing I thought I heard you say was for NCAAS to approve, you could take an exam, you have to have a degree. Is that right?
We don't know in
We
surveying.
are, yeah, we are not in the surveying, we don't know. So that's why we said we want to meet with them. And so Vonna says she's gonna set it up for the next.
Because if that would be a barrier.
That's a good point.
If you
Yeah.
say, don't come to us until you have,
Right.
until you pass the test, if the only way they can pass the test is to have a degree, then that's
Right.
right. So you
Right.
want to leave open, if that's the case, you want to leave open the option for people to come and request.
And some states do require a degree.
Yeah.
So.
Vonna, can I ask that Vonna try to get something in writing from NCAAS as to how they evaluate both the surveying and the engineering applicants? So that we can think about it first and have questions for them when we meet with them.
And specifically the ones who have degrees or no degrees. And, no education whatsoever who would make an application.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming they have a written policy on how they review applications, so.
I would suggest we get that definition for all four, the FE, the LS,
Yes.
LSAT, PE, and PLS.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely a moving train that we have to adapt to somehow. So, thanks for your work. Oh, yes, more.
This is more related to the accept or receive.
Oh, yeah.
Ready to, should I give you?
Sure.
So what I found in Roberts was that you receive the report, meaning somebody gives the report. You don't have to vote on that. That's just what receive means. So, committee reports, that's receiving the committee, it's receiving the report. And you don't, if all the committee is doing is giving a statement of fact, then there's no need to approve it. But if the committee is proposing actions, or the committee is proposing actions and you approve the committee report, that means you approve the board to take whatever those actions are, or you approve the actions that we took. So there needs to be something to approve, otherwise there's no reason to approve the board.
So question of order, because of an Open Public Meeting Act and the agenda, we, unless we don't have those approval comments highlighted, we really can't approve the reports. We have to do that in new business.
No.
Because how would the
I agree
know
with
that
that.
the board's going to be taking action on something?
Yeah.
You guys, McKinsey's over here.
Very official, if it's like a very official act, then yes, but if it's just this kind of discussion where it's like, go back to the, go back to NCAAS. But if it's an actual, I would say if it's an actual, like, we're going to work on a WAC, or, if it's a very formal decision, then the board should do that in the business. But if it's just, procedural stuff,
Okay.
or, that
Approve that.
something that's within the board's, the committee's jurisdiction to do, then we approve it. But if
Okay.
it's something the board is going to need to do, then.
Okay, McKinsey.
So-
Yeah.
So if we have it, so we're doing the committee reports before we do the new business items. So if we approve, let's say, EQC's report prior to approving the new business item, are we essentially already approving the new business item by accepting the report from them? Should we be receiving it and then approving the new business item?
Yeah, you could do that, but receiving it, don't vote on receiving it. It just means somebody's giving it. It doesn't mean once they've presented the report, the board's already received it. There's no vote.
So it sounds like we would receive the non-standing committees and approve the standing committees.
Right.
See,
I think that'd be nice.
I disagree with that, because you're approving a document that board members don't even have.
After 60 years.
They hear it, They've had no time to review it,
Yeah,
and the public has not
Yeah, and
seen it either. I don't, the only way we can approve meeting minutes from a committee is if we have them in advance, which means we'd have to restructure how we do our committee. Excuse me. That's my
yeah,
take on it, but I'm not an expert.
and some of the advice is don't approve any committee, just here, receive it, but don't approve it, because exactly what you said, if you approve it, then that means the board stands by it.
Yeah.
And if you haven't had time to review it, or if some people disagree with it, then, you've created a record that you don't want. So some of the advice is just receive it, but you don't vote on receiving it, it's just done. Because it's on your agenda, so it's time, they present it, you receive it without voting. And then again, like if there's something that you want to approve specifically, you do that and,
New business.
new business.
So the creation of a task force is
We think
received,
that's the chair's.
and then you,
Prerogative.
and you do that during, regular business of the board. You say.
We usually have the minutes for the committees.
They're not barely. Yeah.
Well, okay, so the times that we
Is it 24-hour?
have our committee meetings the previous week, we usually have those meeting minutes available, but if we're doing it. the day
Those could be
before,
approved.
That's a problem.
And it's the tricky thing, and I agree with you, the agenda or what business is going to take place is what has to be posted 24 hours in advance. Not necessarily the minutes, but if the board comes out with, here's some decisions we want, and you take those up without putting notice in the agenda that you're gonna be doing that, then the board can't talk about it.
We haven't been, we've been
No,
putting
been doing a
anything
good
we're
job.
voting on
Yeah.
in new business.
I think you've been
So
doing a.
You're just saying,
Just right.
don't vote on receiving.
Yeah, you're missing the word, because receiving just means somebody's presenting it to the
So
board.
no more motions on that. Just-
Standing committees or ad hoc, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Just receive the report.
Just
and-
receive the report, and if there's something that needs to be, and have discussion, and later if there's something significant that needs to be approved, you do that during business.
And action items on committees is just the committee's actions for next steps.
Yeah.
It's not the board approving that as an item.
It's just action.
Action items.
But they're recommended action items.
They're just things the committee's doing in order to do their research to present to the board someday.
Is it up to the board to whether or not it goes on the next agenda? Or do they automatically slide from the action item of the committee into the?
Their committee actions. They're not part of the action items for the agenda per se. I mean, we track them because we're trying to all remember as we change committees and whatever. They're not
Cut scores
formal
on-
actions.
Cut scores on our new business?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's covered, both.
Yeah.
Yes.
Usually, if we know it's gonna be a recommendation, or if it's gonna be a recommendation, we'll put it on. Right.
Yeah, really good job of that. Yeah. Okay. Good clarification. Yeah.
No, I actually enjoy it, 'cause
We'll get you a line.
Thanks for doing the research.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we have received the exam qualifications committee report.
Just had a discussion.
Don't have to vote.
We just received it.
Not voting.
Yeah, they're not good.
Glad you're sitting back there.
Yeah.
I suspend my motion.
Too late. All right. Let's move on to the structural committee report. Marjorie?
The structural committee met on April 22nd at 3:30. Present in the committee was myself, Dave Peden, and Mike Harney. Support staff attending was Ken, Christina, Vanna, Shannon, Mackenzie, Bryce, Greg, and Elizabeth joined us from the AAG. The topics were, the first topic was talking about some of the legacy exams for structural, because it's been changing throughout all the years, the different exams, when we had Western state exams, and we wanted specifically to understand that in some states, they allowed the structural one exam from years ago to be used for a PE license. So then somebody comes to us and they've taken part 1 and 2, or 2 and 3, whatever it is, of these legacy exams, and they want to get a structural license, but they've not taken the PE exam. And currently, we say that they have to take the PE exam, and then they get the PE, and then they can apply for the structural. So that was just a discussion, just so that the committee understood better how the staff was handling that. So we've seen some applications that use that. Oh, you're gonna love this one. We talked about decoupling. Specifically, the information that we've received from some of the other states about how they're dealing with decoupling, and whether that applies for structural. And Chris sent out a note on Basecamp for me, just asking various states that have structural, whether they also decouple the structural. And the answer was yes, if they're a decoupled state, they have pretty much decoupled for all of their licensures. So that was discussed similarly to what we just discussed. We had a committee action item out of that Dave and Mike would attempt to talk to people from different states at the Western Zone meeting in May about their decoupling the structural licensing. And also there are states which are which are allowing structural licensing without first having a PE. Oregon has just recently passed legislation to say you can just take the structural exam, and when you have the right amount of experience, we'll give you a PE. And then when you have a little more experience that meets our criteria, you can get an SE. And therefore you don't have to take the PE civil exam. And so we're going to try to find out more information about how states are feeling about that also, in addition to the decoupling question. Another committee action item, I am going to reach out to the Structural Engineers Association of Washington and discuss both of those issues also. Oregon had no feedback from professional associations, apparently, when they proposed this law change. We are just curious what would occur in our state. We want to be, forward thinking and reach out to the organizations and say, if we were to look at decoupling experience from exam or changing any of the rules about the PE civil prior to the structural, how do you feel about that? So I will put that one on. The third item was this question about experience. So now we have people that are taking exams potentially early. And do we want to change anything on our application to clarify the kind of experience that they get so that we feel satisfied that they meet the qualifications to maintain public safety in structural engineering? And so there is an action item for the staff to reach out to Oregon and California and provide copies of their applications so that we can kind of compare their experience records. And Vonna has already sent me Oregon's. She may have sent me California's, but she's working on that. And then, another action item that staff is going to put on the agenda for next meeting, the topic of requiring an additional PE exam for licensure when the applicant has only taken. Oh, actually, for these states, so we have the issue now that people from Oregon will get a structural license and apply for permitting to Washington. And currently we will say, well, you didn't take the PE Civil. The PE Civil has a number of disciplines under it. You don't have to take the PE Civil Structural, but you can. So are we going to say, well, sorry, we can't give you comedy unless you take that? Or are we going to find some other way to say, perhaps we need to have more of a seismic exam to reassure ourselves that somebody is ready for a structural license in Washington, because that's, the biggest kind of difference between us and many of the other jurisdictions. And California indeed has a 4-hour seismic exam that they give to all PEs, not just SEs. So will we do that? And in fact, would we ask PE civils that are practicing structural in our state to take that also? That's the action item, and we're moving that to the next meeting. And that, Mr. Chair, is the full report.
Right, we will receive your report.
We have procedure.
Yeah.
It's done. It's done. It's.
Thank you.
You got it.
Hey, I
Anybody
would,
ask questions?
yeah, I would like, yes. I would like to get input about this is another train that has left the station.
New Zealand.
Could you explain also that the PE exam has changed?
Yeah, so the PE civil exam, in the many, many years of that examination, has always tested everything that a civil engineer is qualified to do, which is geotech, fluids,
Surveys.
Surveying, transportation, economics.
transportation,
Well, yeah.
structural, roadway design, sewer system layouts, there's a wide variety. And there has always been a portion of the exam that covered the breadth of civil engineering. And in my day, the whole exam covered the breadth. Then it became morning is the breadth, the afternoon you pick a specific discipline. So the structural engineers would get a structural focused piece. They did a PAC study and rewrote the specification for the civil exam so that there are now 5 PE civil exams. Each one is discipline specific. So there is no breadth portion to the exam anymore. If you take the PE civil structural, maybe you'll get a foundation question in there. But you will not get a fluids or a transportation or surveying questions in there. Well, electrical is a whole different PE.
Well, no, when I took the PE, there was electrical circuit.
That was on the happy.
Oh.
Anyway, so now there are 5 disciplines within PE civil. And they're all very discipline specific. And so that is part of the reason why some states are saying, well, and NCAAS now calls the structural exam PE structural. So let's really complicate things. There's a PE civil structural there's a PE structural, which is the 4-part, 28-some-hour exam. States are saying if that PE civil structural is structural focused and there's not the breadth that it used to have, what is the value in having someone take that exam and then have to take this 4-part structural exam? You know, maybe we just let them take that 4-part structural exam and we can call them a PE if all they have is the experience for that licensing. And that is indeed what Oregon has said, is that why bother making them sit for that first 8-hour exam? If they want to, I mean, they can sit for that 4-hour exam and get their PE license. Or they can take the extensive 4-part exam and get their PE license and then get their structural license. So that what you were wanting?
Yes, thank you very much. Because that's important information, again, in the development of how exams are being administered. And there's more and more states that we're going to have a problem with comedy with, because they're changing. And so, questions?
Yeah, so are you, okay, I'll go to what you just said. Are you thinking now that there's going to be a evaluation process to each one of those depth? Now, rather than before or currently, we do an evaluation of experience based on the breadth of a PE. Are you thinking that now or in the future, there will be an evaluation process for each of those depth components? Aside,
So most people have pretty much focused in one of those disciplines with their experience. I would imagine that people can practice civil engineering and do roadways and fluids and a little bit of structures. And I mean, there are people that do that. They're gonna have to pick one of those exams to take, but we're gonna rely on their ethics to say, only practice where you have qualifications, and perhaps they've taken civil structural, but they want to do geotechnical or roadway or something, and then they're.
but we're evaluating
Them.
experience to take a PE exam.
Right.
Now,
Well. Okay,
I
if
mean-
we're evaluating the experience ahead of time, I don't know no, at this point, we're not going to say, well, you can't have 2 years of structural and 2 years of fluids.
right, exactly. And that's why
I
I'm like,
mean, we're
oh my gosh.
just saying you have 4 years of experience plus your education experience, or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all we can do. We're not going to say, yeah. I mean, do we even say you can't have 4 years of experience in electrical and then such as PE civil? We don't say that.
The electrical
4 years experience.
been split up to 3
That's right.
since, well, when I took it, it was already split up to 3. And there was 3 distinct tests. There was power, electronics, and then computers. Nobody takes the computer. And it's pretty much been left up to the double E's to practice in their environment that they're experienced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. I think this is big news for us, I think, and when you look at structural engineers that want to get licensed in our state, I think we should look to see if we're creating unnecessary steps for somebody that truly wants to be a structural engineer in Washington State. And now that the PE is not a broad exam anymore, why wouldn't we accept, I'm thinking out loud, but why wouldn't we accept the SE exam for anybody that wants to come to Washington State to be a PE?
To me, that's the most salient point, because the last meeting that we talked about this, I went into that unaware that the breadth portion of the PE exam was going away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt entirely differently about this, right? That I felt like that, and quite frankly, I still feel like that breadth portion is important to engineers overall. And while it's done and gone, horse left the barn, et cetera, I think it should still be in there. And that aside, the fact that it's going away makes me feel like for a structural engineer, it's redundant if they're going to sit for the structural exam. If that exam covers the same material and more than what's on the PE civil structural, then I guess I don't see the point of making them go through that hoop.
Yeah. And there are other states that don't require the PE. So you work in Illinois, you worked there for 20 years. You passed only the structural exam because that's what they require. We will deny licensure. Sorry, you're qualified. You've taken the SE exam, but you haven't taken the PE, which now if you take it, will test
Basic structural.
basic structural.
So the only difficulty is that you would have to change statute.
Oh, it's a big deal. Yeah,
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if you're required to pass an additional exam.
yes,
So,
yeah.
But the structural exam is 4 exams. The SE exams are 4 separate exams. So they're passing 4 separate exams. It's not one exam. They pass each exam, they get passing score. That
But
whole-
we will never know until all 4 are passed. So NCAAS does not report to us each individual that has passed part 1.
But what I'm saying is for our law, why would we have to change our law when they're taking 4 separate exams?
NCAAS will say they have passed the PE structural exam. They will not come to us and say,
It's 4 parts, but it's.
No, they must show all 4 passings.
they will not tell us that an applicant has passed the first part. They'll tell the applicant.
Right now, we know
But they
that they
don't.
passed the day 1 or day 2.
That's correct. But
And they won't show
will,
us the
they
4.
will not do that with the 4.
But I'm just
They
saying
will
our
let the
law could
applicant-
be usurped by the fact that they're taking, if we
The-
choose to, that there's 4. being
Okay,
taken.
yeah,
the
and
exact language is, must also pass an additional examination as prescribed by the board. So I guess you could say, I guess you could say that, but what's an additional, I don't know, it's tricky.
You're not gonna give someone a license when they only pass
Right,
2 of the 4
Right.
exams.
right.
But we can give them a PE license if they have 4 years of experience, if they passed all 4 SE exams. And then we could give them an SE once they get the additional 2 years of experience without having them go back and take another exam. Because there's 4
It
exams.
says the applicant must, it says an applicant must hold a current registration in this state, which I think our company kind of gets rid of or helps with that, but must hold a current registration in this state in engineering and have at least 2 years of additional experience. And must pass an additional examination. So it's like they have to pass some kind of examination to get licensed.
Right.
And then they have another examination that they have to pass. So if you did it that way, it would be a stretch.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't be, I don't know what the risk is of making that stretch, but.
Hold on, there was something over here. but-
We're ruining the fact that the breadth exam is going away.
very much against that.
Yeah,
So-
well,
Comment along those lines, this is tail wagging the dog here. We're trying to accommodate and rule a test structure that's been set up without wanting to go that way on the test structure, which, just saying that, we're gonna have to, I think we're gonna have to get a lot more vocal at NCES in order to avoid this in the future, because the process is, what that we're dealing with now is backwards. we're trying to create structures in our system to accommodate what NCS has already decided to go forward with.
But they did the full study. I mean, they did a pack and they sent it out to tons of people. I don't know if everybody got it or was able to participate, but you know, their argument, because this came up and now received.
Or the Wi-Fi, but we're back on.
So I think John had involvement at that time prior. when
Yeah, I
it
don't-
started happening.
I don't know if he had involvement in the civil, the PE civil, because he is focused so much on the PE structural. But, you know, Jason Gamble's comment to me was, you know, I'm now getting all sorts of complaints and feedback from the ASCE, so, you know, the Civil Engineers Association, from the Engineering News Record magazine has done a big article on, oh my God, look what NCWS has done. And he said, I'm getting all this feedback now, but the tax was distributed to everyone. So
If they followed the rulemaking procedure, they would have sent out this change, exactly what they're proposing to everybody. Thank God. And if it's not, but if they followed that sort of procedure,
Yeah.
that would have been more open and transparent.
right, but yeah, they didn't wave the flag.
Right.
But there, you know, there's a lot of people on all those committees that are exam writers. And, yeah, okay, so it's a surprise to us, but it did, I guess what I'm saying, Ivan, is that NCWS didn't just make this decision on their own. And maybe they weren't as transparent to boards as we would hope in all things, but it was, you know, their process, I'm pretty impressed with.
Frankly, it's a transparency to the profession, because as I just said, I didn't know that this was happening
Right,
until the last board meeting.
yeah.
I mean, just there, so if I may, this is following the same path as surveying. In
In
every
modules that you can.
modules, everything. And really, it's gonna be the same way, it's gonna play out the same way. Tax study was done. It was sent out, it wasn't committees, it wasn't boards, it was, yeah, I mean, they were involved, they were one component. But it was sent out as a entire, anybody that had an NCWS record, anybody that served on a board in the past, anybody that has applied, it was just a huge amount of people. They had overwhelming response that was psychometrician backed. You need to have so many responses in order to be educated, right? And to make a decision. All those check boxes were done, all those things were done. It was similar to you, Mike, and you, Marjorie, that, you know, you never received it. Well, a vast majority of people did receive it, and they were the vocal ones. And that is.
We did receive it, and it was sent out to all registrants. Is that PAC study that you're talking about, the modules came in a package a couple of years ago, and we tried to get it out to the server. but-
Yeah, and I mean, I answered the fax as I think Jim was. But what came out of that was we started with a PS exam, or we still currently have a PS exam on breath. Only 5 to 7 questions on that breath exam were related to public land survey system questions. 5 out of 100. Okay, that was the breath exam, which Western states were saying that that's not enough to evaluate on public land survey. Module is now being worked on and created. That's going to be going forward. Those 5 questions will come off the PS exam area, and it'll be part of a 60 question, 80 question module, in which they'll have to take. I think it's similar to what you're saying is now going to be the case with the PE exam. Breath is being broken apart, and now it's going to be almost this modular system. So I'm just saying that as kind of that's the road, that the journey that we're already.
Right, and it'd be up to this board to decide which modules or exams are gonna issue a license with.
During the survey exam, though, the PS exam is still gonna stay wide, right? Breath is gonna be there, so the PS exam, the questions come out, but that comes like a depth section, right?
It's only a depth module, yeah.
Right, so that we would, if we're gonna do, and we don't have that with the PE exam, they didn't take the breath part out of the PE exam and make it a separate module. They basically chopped that breath section up and made it into they don't have that breath exam anymore.
But I thought that that's what, Mike, you were saying is the structural component of the PE, they're breaking that, taking that out and making it more of a depth.
No, civil.
Every
Civil structure.
civil is depth.
Okay.
There is no PE civil prep, period. Each one is depth.
Starting with like this exam cycle, right?
Yeah, starting this year.
So would there be an option that if you, and I think you were going here before, Aaron, have an experience justification for your work as a professional of the breath section, experience that we can use to weigh that experience? Have you been in an office? Do you know ethics and contracts and whatever else might be? That do we want that as they need to complete the experience? I think maybe you misunderstood that, but is that something that the board would be looking for, is creating more of an experience piece of the breath?
Yeah, I.
For the PE civil.
For the PDs.
Every
PE
time
period.
NCAA does these kinds of changes, we should look over our applications for experience and say, are we satisfied that an applicant that has this experience and passes the exams is appropriate?
It's like the chemical engineering exam, is it really specific or is it wide?
That's a lot better.
Chemistry, biology, office management, ethics. Yeah, but it still has a breadth piece.
Maybe there's a little bit of breadth in all of those individuals.
There is, in terms of office management, economics or project management stuff a little bit, but not the different disciplines, but the sort of general studies.
So just a fine point on it, from a process standpoint, what NCF is doing, I think, is taking somewhat on the boards. The NCS is made up of 50 member boards plus the therapists, right? The only constituents, the only people they should be sending PACS studies out to is 50 member boards. It's our responsibility to survey the engineering community in our state and then reply to NCS. NCS is skipping over the board and going directly to the engineers in our state and doing that survey and avoiding any authority, I think, to an extent that the board has.
Because they're
Is
supposed
that
to be
in their
serving,
bylaws?
they're supposed to be serving the board.
That's it.
That's
50
it.
member boards.
Interesting, yeah.
Well, fortunately, we're gonna have a Western zone vice president in our. We can start talking to them all.
Not with my head around.
All voted.
Okay, well, I propose that we direct some effort in probably the structural committee, maybe the DQ committee, to further investigate what it would mean for us to revise criteria or to have the PE in addition to the structural exam. Because I think it's a very relevant issue. We're gonna have comedy issues. Anyone
Right.
opposed to that? That's gonna take some resources to.
Yeah, no, my committee action item for myself is to talk to SEAW.
Yeah,
You know, start talking to people.
But I think it's also
about
involved
what
the-
it means to
The
them.
SCE.
it's gonna involve the AG. This is possibly legislative changes that we may want to propose.
Or if you don't want to propose legislation, you could come up with a test like you're talking about seismic. Come up with some additional, it doesn't have to be one from NCES, you could come up with your own.
Right.
Because it's just
Or
board.
we can stay the way we are,
State
which
that.
requires the PE,
Right.
civil license, and then the structural references. The option to do nothing
It's always there.
is,
Board is a
and then we put it on Vonna to have to say, oh no, you gotta go take the PE test.
That doesn't sound like fun.
I would say we'd put it on Vonna's broad shoulders, but we don't want to talk about Vonna's shoulder.
Well, I believe there's an issue with our current situation with qualified individuals having a barrier to licensure here. And it's going to get worse.
Because Dave, I don't think it is of it as much about an issue with a barrier, because to me, and maybe this is just me, but if the PE exam still contained a breadth component to it, I would oppose getting rid of that qualification, because I think the breadth is important.
Well, no, that's,
The fact that
it doesn't exist.
the fact that it's gone, to me, the issue really is just redundancy, right? The PE civil structural for somebody that's passed the much more rigorous, but also inclusive PE structural, did I get the name right? The bigger, badder structural exam, then the less rigorous one is redundant, right? So
Right.
why make somebody sit out of the test? That doesn't mean anything.
I'm suggesting that we study fixing that. If the board's okay with directing the resources. Okay, I'm seeing head.
I would just, I
No,
agree.
I
I
am
would
not-
just say,
I'm not in favor of moving that way at the
well,
moment.
we're gonna have to. But, I would suggest that as you do that, you not set up any expectations of, essentially grandfathered conditions. So you really just have to move forward. not set up a thing that says like, oh, if you had it by prior to 2010 or something.
Oh, yeah.
Because then we can get really weird.
Right.
Everything's gonna be different every applicant.
Thank you. Anything else on the structural committee report? Thanks for the discussion, everyone. All right. Let's move on to on-site. Doug.
Thank you, sir. Site committee. 23rd. And we had myself, Mr. Harney, and maybe Rick Wilkerson, Roger Parker, sons. And we had our sports staff. AG, where Schieferstein and so. The general summary is fairly short. We firm the track. His contract is on track and meets the needs of safety. And I'll just say bloodsuckers, American Red Cross. Literally bloodsuckers. Give them a donation and they just keep. So we're working on content outline. Writing workshop. And we had a review of the DOH certificate of competency. New class that DOH gives. And it should certainly be a good guide and help their inspectors. But it is the major point of interest. It is not assumed to have any risk of imperiling our test content. Definitely look into that question and ask about that. And it is not a sole activity. It is in a general training venue for all personnel. Training regime. So we're happy to see that. Hope that that's going to yield when they're adequately trained through DOH through those stages, a higher pass rate. Rates. Anything further, Dan?
No, I don't. The coordination, I want to acknowledge before the whole board of you two, if I could, the coordinated effort between WOSA, which is like LSAW and ASCE in comparison to on-site folks, the Department of Health and our board members, staff, committee is growing exponentially, and which is allowing us to understand each of those parts and pieces, one, but also gain an experience level of problems and issues they're foreseeing in the profession and help try to work on a 3-group level to correct some of those. Part of the DOH group is we do have meetings with the environmental health directors through DOH's program. And so those are the health department leads. I mean, they're the folks that are managing the reviewers down below. And so I think the board's breadth of influence and being involved and engaged, or just a connection, is growing quite well. And we're seeing the results of that, I think, in more people being engaged with looking at exam content and things like that as well. And so I want to acknowledge that the work of the statement staff is really paying off dividends. And Greg and Chris and Vonna, really, and Shannon have been very helpful and very involved. So.
It's great.
Nice.
So one question I have is, can you give a little bit more insight into the next step will be item writing workshop with the PLS SMEs?
On-site SMEs.
It's that 1 hour workshop I sent out the invitation for.
Okay, so it's that, it's not like gathering together,
Not yet.
okay, all right, just want to be clear.
I wasn't invited because I'm not writing. That's a question.
I can send you an invite if you want.
That's all I have.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Any other questions or discussion topics with regard to on-site? Okay. Let's move to survey committee.
Okay, Mr. Chair, so survey committee met yesterday, 8 AM in this room. Individuals present, myself, Jim, Dave, Chris, Shannon, Jill, Bryce, Mackenzie, Vonna, and Ken. We had 2 guests, Tom Parker and Dale. Item topics were that Jill presented a table showing the breakdown of PDH credits per category as defined in WAC 196.16.120. And of the professional land surveyor PDH audits. So she had a breakdown based on the November 2023 audit between the week prior to the committee meeting. There was a discussion about the information provided, whether they were unduplicated, duplicated, whether some of the categories, whether the people that supplied PDHs were only getting and giving PDHs in one category versus a number of categories, whether the individuals reporting were reporting only up to what they were in compliance, or they kept going and reported all of their PDHs. And so we kept on the discussion of the PDH credit categories, whether they are still relevant. So I think the committee is still looking to look at that WAC in the future. There's discussion about opening a CR 101 for possible changes to WAC 186.16.120, which is the PDH units WAC that was discussed. There's discussion about so that was second. So I think that the committee was thinking that if we're looking at the WAC categories, then I think it would be good for us to do a CR 101. I mean,
It's in the action items, yeah.
yeah, as an action item. So the last thing that we discussed was survey map data, and specifically to map data that was being submitted to jurisdictions, especially as plan sets. Some of the survey information was used from various sources, and sometimes the plan set did not adequately note what the source was, where the source came from, nor did the surveyor in that case know that that sheet or that information was going to be included within that plan set. So it's, and the specific example was given that the surveyor did a project survey, topographic survey, and that was on file, and a separate discipline, not even a surveyor, had that information included within their plan set, but it was broken apart within the CAD environment. So it wasn't all inclusive of what was actually sealed.
Didn't include the PLS stamp.
Some did not include the PLS stamp.
And it was multiple years old.
And it was multiple years old, so but it was still information there. And so what was um, what was the obligation? Because in that case, the discipline that was in charge of the plan set was not even under our jurisdiction of the board. So it was on the architect side, the landscape architect side. And so that's what we discussed, is the survey information all of a sudden is being included without the knowledge of the surveyor that is sealing it. But also it's broken apart within the CAD environment to where some of the information had been omitted from the original survey that was done. So things like basis bearing, legend items, because it's just information. So we discussed that.
That's so common. I mean, it is every job, the survey now comes in CAD and you pick out the layers and things that.
Like the contours and.
There's usually a note though,
Yeah,
where
I'll
it came
pick out-
from, right? You're supposed to.
Yeah, I'll pick out the contours and, the architect will pick out the property corner section, layer pieces, and, yeah, that's interesting.
And I mean, we discussed it all the way down to if a modification has to be made of that plan set, even the sheet numbering, would the surveyor need to, because he or she is actually sealing that document, everything within that sheet. Are they still in responsible charge if they have to change a sheet number within that plan set?
Oh, so you're saying that on the landscape architect's drawing, it did have the stamp of the surveyor?
Sometimes it did, and sometimes it didn't.
There were multiple scenarios.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So, but we did discuss in one component, we did discuss the fact that a seal of a surveyor is that person in responsible charge of everything within that sheet border? Or is it only the survey components that are within that sheet border?
Yeah.
And so that was the discussion that was made.
Right, so it's like the title block changed without the awareness of the stamping engineer, is that significant? Oh, sorry.
Well, it could be.
Stamping professional, yeah.
I thought there was something in the rules that you kind of have to designate what you're stamping for. First of all, I wouldn't want this stamp on my sheet. Everything else that probably should say topograph is from the survey. But a lot of times my information goes on an architectural sheet and I am required to stamp it and say for structural connections to existing building or what, right next to it. If the stamp has to be there.
Right, right. But are you, in your opinion, are you sealing even the border, if the border information
I'm
changes?
sealing the structural information that I'm mentioning next to my
I think
stamp.
you're talking about a single discipline sheet, right?
Yes.
So this is your structural sheet.
Oh, okay, all right.
They change it.
The question is, you stamp it,
Stuff on
but
the
in
landscape.
Bluebeam, they changed the date or the title of the project or anything. Should that be considered a change to what you stamped, even though it wasn't really a technical?
Yeah.
Anything, even the color of the line changes, it's not yours.
Yes.
So in this.
So we
case-
provided examples of that.
Yeah, where they changed the sheet number to go on the alignment of the plan set. And they didn't have the wet stamp of the surveyor. They just changed it from survey to to see something or whatever it was on Wednesday.
Nobody got stamps.
Well, I mean.
Yeah, I do too.
Maybe a compliment.
It's awesome.
So, yeah, and so what, I guess, yeah, these examples that Tom Barger brought, I think there were 5 of them. Chris and Dean are going to contact and try to get resolution, because I think they're all through one organization, but Tom recommended actually reaching out. I think Mayor or Aaron did recommend reaching out to DOT. And then an in general article on all the trades, and then working with the other boards. Aaron recommended this. I'm sorry, Aaron, it's only the numbers stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, because one of the components that I think that we need to do is, if it's, and I don't know this for certain, but if there's certain requirements within the other registrants board, say they can do certain things within their license category, but it is in conflict with what is in ours, how do we address it? They can't obviously allow something that is jeopardizing them or putting them at risk within our board. Let's see, so we did have 2 strategic planning items on our plate. Neither one were discussed just because we ran out of time. We did have 4 items that came out for action items with the committee. Committee will recommend to the board that a CR 101 be opened to work on the WAC 196-16-120, the units, PDH units WAC, just a certain notice that we're going to be looking at those. Staff will engage with other professional boards. We heard that from Ken concerning the use of survey data by the professionals under their jurisdictions and ours. Staff will contact the parties involved in the 5 examples. Ken alluded to that as well. Jill will track separately the PDH units used by those professional land surveyors who are respondents in a complaint. PDH information provided by the respondent for each case will be provided to the case manager. So as it exists right now, as a case manager, when a complaint comes in, yes, PDHs are checked with regard to survey, but we don't know if they are in compliance, what that specific makeup is, and we'd like to have that information in front of us. Because I think it's going to help us evaluate the PDHs that are coming in by the complainants if they're overwhelmingly in a certain area at which we may have a source out there that is providing inadequate data, then we can address it that way. Or if they're overwhelmingly PDH credits in a specific area that they're more or less putting all their eggs in one basket, but the complaint comes in for something else, then we can address it with the complaint. So we just want to start studying that PDH category. That's all I have.
So it shall be received. Thank you. Any more discussion or questions? I have a question about filing of the CR 101 that is not on our new business. Is that the type of business we have to?
Technically, you already approved us to file 101 for the 16, and it's out there. We just have to withdraw it and refile it to include the PDH.
Okay. So that's okay to move forward with?
Technically, I think.
Agreed.
I know one time, and the CR 101 didn't really need to be approved by the board because it's procedural. And it doesn't include any language or anything. I thought that's all.
Just notice.
I think the board should be aware.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good that.
Yeah. part of it.
Okay, good. Anything else on the committee report? Okay, that wraps up item 4. Boy, the chair would love a break.
That's your prerogative.
We're close to lunch, but I don't want to take an excessively long break. When does lunch go up?
12.
So 2 breaks, 1 break now and then a shorter break to get lunch. Or-
Bio break and then a stretch break later.
You are the boss.
Well, let's see, you know.
We know who wears the real pants.
Yeah, we got to check it out. Oh, somebody to check out?
Not here yet.
No, it's at
Yes, sir.
12.
Okay. Well, it's a half-hour break too long.
Are we gonna work through lunch?
Yes.
We will be.
Then,
Okay, so be ready to get it. Hopefully lunch is prompt. Be ready to get it and sit down.
Get into it.
Okay, so that puts us at 12:06.
12:06. All right.
Okay, thank you. 12:06, we're reconvening. It's a working lunch, so there'll be lots of clanking
Mumbling.
and mumbling, yeah.
Hold on, I need to finish food.
Okay, so we are to new business. Item 5.1 is to approve the release of March exam results. That's from the EQC gem. I catch your mouth full?
I move that we approve the March exam results for the survey exam and the on-site exam as presented by the EQC.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any discussion?
The only thing that we were looking at is why it went up, and we're not sure how many passed or re-examined, what took it again.
Yeah.
Are now getting familiar with the exam.
Do we track that data?
I don't know if Anna has that information or not, like, you know, it says right there, re-exam 16 passed 11. I don't know if it's the second, third, fourth, fifth time they've taken the exam, and now we're familiar with both forms of the exam, so therefore they're passing it.
Typically, no, we do not track that exact information
Okay.
on how many times they've taken it, so.
Yes, there's a higher passing rate for retake.
There hasn't been in the past.
There has not?
Typically, pass rate is lower in research.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And it could be because we don't have enough forms and they're getting familiar with the questions, so coming up the third and fourth exam may resolve that issue.
Does our consultant, I keep forgetting their name, do they look at this? When
Janice,
Stannis,
yes.
okay. Okay, is there? Excuse me, any further discussion?
Well, so there was some rapid discussions on the performance for the onsite. And with the SMEs and such, we did get together, reviewed all comments, created performance against each problem. And we determined that the only evidentiary path is that the congregate of personnel taking the exam, candidates taking the exam was insufficient. Some very low
rate.
And you're speaking to the low pass rate, okay. And, I'm glad we track it and see if there's trends. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve release of the March exam results, say aye.
Aye.
For anyone opposed? Thank you, motion carries. Nominating committee, this is kind of more of an FYI. It's that time of year already. We'll be looking for introducing our new officers by the end of the June meeting. We'll vote, ratify, whatever you want to call it, at the June meeting. I'm still in discussions with potential committee members, so I'm not prepared to announce that now, but I understand that time is of the essence, and we'll definitely take care of it soon and have nominations ready for our June meeting. Any questions, comments? Okay. All right, let's get to the strategic plan. Mackenzie emailed out documents. 7:21 a.m., so I'm sure everyone has thoroughly reviewed those. No, thanks. That was a lot of work to get that ready, so thank you very much. So it's okay, it may take a little bit of time since we kind of need to proof this as we go through. There were 3 documents in the email. Kenzie, what, can you kind of tell us what you sent to us?
Yeah, one was the report out after that meeting with kind of the overview of what we talked about, as well as some of those action items, like finalizing this, recommending that the board does. And then also this final strategic plan. And then following that is the action items, including those future discussions. And that's just to show you the edits that we had made during the meeting. Those actions and future discussions will be put into the rolling action items list, so we can have that being tracked.
Okay, so what do you recommend we review first? It looks like this is the plan document.
Yeah,
Is that the best place to start?
yes, I think it's up to the board, but I believe we really only need to finalize this document.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get started. So, yes.
We remove specific out of state specific.
Yes, oh, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll get there.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while to find all those.
So executive committee. My favorite topic, deregulation. Outreach and education. Wait. How can these look like the old ones?
They are some of the old ones that we are hanging on to, and then we added on those new ones.
Okay, what, I don't see anything added to, did we add anything to?
We didn't have any new for executive. A lot of the items became action items.
Okay. Okay, so we'll review the action items as well.
Yeah, you'll see, exam qualifications committee, we added that second bullet for decoupling all exams. Practice committee, let's see, they have the feedback assessment of complaint process.
Can we say, review or studying,
I agree.
decoupling of all exams? Yeah, I mean, it sounds more like a verb when you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
Study. All of those. Yeah, absolutely. And then under survey, that's really the same. And this last one here for board assignments is to establish the method of sending rule changes to organizations for comments before the CR 102.
I have the feeling we have a lot more for practice than we do.
Can I ask about something with that? Because a CR 102 is by definition a solicitation and opening of public comment. Is it reasonable or appropriate to be talking about sending it to others before you open it for public comment? And if so, just acknowledge that we're doing so, right?
I think they do it at the same time.
This
is before we file.
I mean, I guess you could send a draft out, but it seems like you should do that for everybody. You shouldn't just send it to professional organizations. Put it out to everybody before.
Can we change the preposition to just with before?
I think the reason we're gonna work this is try to cut down on public comments. And try to address the situation, try to address the concerns before the language officially gets filed.
Maybe,
Maybe
concepts that would be included in a CR 102. Because I feel like if you send out CR 102, quote unquote, and you're opening it up for public comment. You know,
so maybe it's, we should be establish a method for sending
or
draft rule language.
Are you looking for engagement on the rule language before it gets sent out with the 102?
yeah, that sounds better.
Yes, that's exactly what.
You're just looking for engagement with specific stakeholders that the law change would affect, like other agencies and stuff.
Do we have to relate it to the CR 102, or can we just say early engagement with?
I think that's would be best.
Rulemaking, yes, yeah, me too. I like the CR 102.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Early engagement with rulemaking.
Professional.
Early engagement for rulemaking, with public organizations. Professional organizations, sorry.
Is that the only board assignment?
It was. A lot of the items we had were moved to action or moved to future discussions.
Okay. Well, let's kind of flip back and forth before we go to the action items. Any further comments or discussion about this? This is the document we will want to take action on.
Yes, correct.
Let's just confirm the action items are in the appropriate place here.
Yeah.
You're checking my vision. Yeah. Okay, so onboarding, desk manuals, training. And we're trainable. Training on basics of surveying for investigative staff and board members. Yeah, I like that.
We added the PDH rules for PLS and onsite.
Okay, so why is that not under a committee?
Really, because I think it's currently in progress. It is an action item from a committee right now, I believe.
That would be under practice.
Method rules.
Yeah, I guess my confusion is this list, I'm not sure who it's assigned to.
That would probably be helpful. I mean, even if it's in progress, list who's responsible for it.
And that will come out with the rolling action items list as well. They'll be put into their buckets in that.
My understanding was this was the staff list as opposed to the committee board members list. Is that right?
This is really all of the items that were originally strategic planning items that we determined we're already working on in committees. So it could be committee action items or staff action items as well.
All right, so McKinney, are you suggesting then that this will be further manipulated to put onto action items for committees?
Correct. Yeah, really what we're doing today is finalizing the strategic plan itself. The action items and future discussions that we put into that arena, this document will really be moved fully into that rolling action item list. We'll see that in every board packet and on SharePoint.
Okay,
So on number 4, training and surveying for investigative staff and board members should also be pro tem board members. And it should also be on-site, training on on-site, either the same item or another item.
Okay.
okay. Then procedures. Accessibility review.
We changed the name here on number 8 to learning management system development and potential training sessions.
What happened to the LMS? Thank you for spelling that out. Okay, anything catch anyone's eye on year 1 there? 1 year? Okay, 2 years. Yeah, facility office space plan, that's kind of, that will be needed. Mandatory, right? Progress of rulemaking on website. Can you remind me, what do we,
I think this is the one that we have to do by law. Is that it?
We did. So we're talking about updating our webpage for rulemaking. We did talk about indexing. That was a separate conversation. This is to add, what Shannon was talking about is on our website, giving us a brief statement of what it is on the rulemaking webpage before they need to open any of the documents we have linked there. So they can come to our rulemaking webpage and really get the idea of what it is before they need to dig into it.
okay, maybe it's just me, I find the title confusing, could it reword it a little to be more clear?
Yeah. If you have suggestions, or we can rework it.
Something like
Definition?
paying staff to prepare progress of rulemaking for the website, right? Because we're like, those are something we have to develop in the board.
Or you just put additional information, so, provide additional information on it.
Yes. On the item 3, we decided to change the words instead of reaching out to other STEM programs, partnering with other organizations to support STEM programs.
Yes. Yeah, I do recall. Thank you.
Yeah, good, thank you. JBLM one, did we not wordsmith that either? Because that was
We discussed
a
it.
bit confusing.
I didn't have it in my notes
What
on
it
the
means.
reword.
Yeah,
I think if we're not specific enough, it's hard to measure later or even, so sorry, I know we talked about this yesterday. Short memory, but
Somebody else was involved. Jill, are you the?
No, that's,
Bryce
Bryce is the liaison with the, yeah, that's the whole
Yeah.
military spouse, right? Is that what
I
that's
would
about?
agree that it needs more information, because I see AAG there, and I'm like, I don't know.
I think we're trying to put it on me.
It's involvement with it. So he would use you know, for advice if we
But
needed it.
what is it exactly? What's the, what are you trying to do?
So,
Well, this came from, I believe, Aaron.
yeah, so it's just to reach out to, because we have, some, applications, dealing with military spouses, relocations, and how that relates to, licensure, comedy, how it relates to, other aspects of, jurisdictions when it comes to those relocations and actively being, engaged with. This is just joint base, but this is also a bigger picture of military.
Yeah.
Veterans, so retirees, but also current service members who, you know, are licensees in other states. How do we work with that process?
I guess, Aaron, in that regard, I didn't think of this yesterday, but should this be not specific to JBLM, but the military overall, right, to include the naval facilities,
Well,
et cetera?
but that's why it's through joint base, because they've
got a
have
program.
the most active,
Oh,
that I found through the process. But you're absolutely right, you know, whether it's NAVFAS or any of the other branches, absolutely. But it's just the military side.
So maybe actively, you know, engaging with military or assistance and education of military applicants, something along those lines.
Does this come from a statute that require a new program or statute?
No, if you remember back in October, this came from board member sticky notes. So these were strategic planning ideas that were developed.
But there has been something that's come out recently from the
So
governor.
I think that needs to be incorporated if it applies. It's from the governor. It's not, it's an executive order.
It came out in 2020
Passed in the last 2 years.
and they updated it in 2023. There's a recent.
And it's spring too.
So I could see how it might be involved in that, just because I can help interpret the law and help figure out how to.
And is this really a 2-year? Because that means we're not gonna touch it until next year. Or is it on?
Action item within 2 years.
Okay.
And we're working on it now. I mean, it's, in a sense, we're very, and I think we talked about this yesterday, very early stages of this.
So that doesn't mean next year's action items. It means action items that are gonna be ongoing for as much as 2 years.
Okay.
Not necessarily dragged out for 2 years.
Fit within a.
I think that's a great question. It depends on what the message is, where we're going. I think it has a lot to do with our communication task force, you know?
Great.
I mean, it would be easier for me, if we knew, like, Shannon's saying, maybe the acute committee, it would be easier for me if I'm gonna provide, like, if I'm gonna look at those statutes and provide, you know, my impressions.
Yeah.
That would be to know, like, who's gonna see it, who's gonna talk about it. And also, if it's in committee, then it will get talked about as opposed to just out there silent.
I think it's too early to say where to go, but I do agree with you, Elizabeth.
So if Bryce is taking the lead on this, would we like him to report regularly to a committee on, you know, I'm now seeing people apply because it's becoming more in the open, or new interpretations or whatever, so.
So the point of the outreach is to inform them on our licensure requirements or how they can apply?
Yeah, I guess
I don't.
outreach, I'm not sure what we're gonna do, but the fact that we're starting to get people who are applying who, you know, want to be looked at with this.
I assume people come from a different state and they move to Washington and say, hey, there's a process, or our state is.
I think Vonna identifies that now, so I'm guessing Bryce would be kind of a party to either reaching out to people saying we have a special program, so we'll help you move through it.
And I think
But-
Vonna could probably speak to the volume of those applicants now, and
So
I
it would
believe
be
it's
the
very low.
EQC, I guess,
EQ, I
because.
think.
Yeah.
But if the program were more well-known, maybe you would get more.
Yeah,
And it's also on certain applications in which experience is strictly military experience. And ensuring that we're still evaluated in that.
Okay, so, yeah, I still struggle with a broad term like outreach. So really what we're aiming to provide assistance for licensing. Is that what we're doing? Is that the goal?
So assistance for military personnel licensing according to new.
Okay.
That.
All right, I like that. Now I can, it's okay, I get it. Okay, yeah. All right, thanks. And checklists. Checklists.
Side of the PC.
PC. There's one of those PC items.
Okay. So page 2.
There is. These are those future discussions. We didn't really look at each of these items individually yesterday. What we did was just looked at them in general and asked, was there anything that we needed to remove or anything that we needed, to really emphasize, but we didn't have much there.
Yeah.
The top
Some
two
people-
items are really the ones that were moved into the future discussions there. And we reworded, I believe it was the reduced fees for educators. We reworded that to the test fee assistance fund. Oh, I apologize. That was for the scholarships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For 1 and 3, is it clear that the direction here is to just study those two things? Not that that's the path that we're gonna go down?
You think reword to maybe, researching or studying?
I think you put study under, before every single one of those.
Yeah. I guess where I'm coming from is like, is this gonna be a forward-facing document at all? Like, will somebody in the public see this?
Well, yeah, these are action items, so they're going to be on every board packet
Yeah,
that we put out.
I guess somebody could read, if I'm just in the profession as a professional engineer and I happen to say, what's the board up to? And I say, PDH is for professional engineers that may. Start.
Right.
Right. Hold on a second, or require NCAAS records. Wait a minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
why would we put these long-term future discussion topics, why would those go out with every meeting?
If we wanted to track them and keep them with.
We're not actively working on them. Well, then they should be moved.
Or reviewed, so every so often to decide whether we completed it already or if it's still a future discussion. But if you recommend that the future discussions do not go on the rolling action items list, we will not have to include them there.
I don't know if they would put it like we got a place on the website where we could say, this is the board's strategic long-term plan and just have those future discussions. I don't think we can put them out with every statements.
Yeah, it seems confusing. It could cause,
Thanks.
yeah.
Well, it's definitely worth studying from each and every title.
Yeah.
Okay. Good suggestion. Okay. We had a few modifications to this document, but it sounds like nothing that we move to the other.
Corrections.
Any need to review the notes now?
You're more than welcome to if you'd like, just to, I would say, highlight those action items that we discussed.
Maybe board members can review that, and if you see something, I mean, this is active living, so we could make corrections later. All right, so someone prepared to make a motion to approve the 2024-25 strategic plan?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
So happy.
I'm so happy to be here.
Very long, if I.
What's that?
Sorry,
I'm just trying to get a second in at some point. I can't do it.
Anticipate.
Okay, everyone, let's let Mike play.
Please, please, come on. Share your sandbox.
He doesn't get a first to these things.
Okay. All of those in favor of approving our 2024-2025 strategic plan, please say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed?
One absence.
Still a quorum.
No, I understand.
Okay. Great.
I would just like to give a little clap right there because that's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
to get that done.
Yeah, it's been months in the making for everybody, so.
That was
Yeah.
taking something very broad and really narrowing it down. So
Yeah.
good job, everyone.
Yeah, good job.
Well, thanks, Mackenzie. He loves to work on,
You know it.
right? So appreciate your strengths there. Okay, we're to the US-UK Mutual Recognition Agreement. This was discussed at our plan session. I think we can take action, we can discuss further. I'm not sure what action we're
I
looking for.
propose
Some, maybe some.
no action, but that we acknowledge that it's going to be discussed at the western zones. And that we want to find collaboration neighboring states. So that by next meeting, we will have better knowledge of how other people are feeling about it and treating it. And I have given myself an action item to prepare questions that we want to send to NCWS. Specifically because I want clarification on the structural issue, but we had a few others. So if anyone has anything they would like me to include on that list, please do within the next week or so, and then I will give that to or Dave or whatever, so that, I guess Ken, so that it can go on to NCWS.
Yeah.
Sent it to Christina.
Right, okay, and then you guys and Dave, so you guys can take it up.
Well, you're gonna send it to David Cox in advance, right?
Right, as well as coordinate with police Oregon of questions, make sure that they all go in advance to David.
Okay, yeah, we would like written answers and not just discussions at the Western Zone and responses from Rick Moore, what he knows. We'd really like written responses from NCWS.
Okay.
I don't want it just being discussions. I want NCWS to respond.
I know that they're prepared to respond in verbal in the meeting at the Western Zone. David Cox will be there. And the Western Zone representatives will be there to answer questions. And so you're going to request a written response from NCWS. I'm not sure we get that before that, so maybe after.
I
That'd
mean,
be okay?
yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't want it to be upon, our representatives to write this stuff down and say, well, David said at the meeting.
Can't really do that if they just say.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, there was an email that just was sent out today, this morning, asking for topics at the forums. And so I would request that, that this be made as a topic item of the forum of the engineers and the survey forum, visually from our board.
Yeah, I was just gonna start to respond to the surveyors one, but
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, I was, but again, it's, if it comes from the Washington board, that the Washington board would like to see this on the forums, both engineer and survey forum.
But it doesn't affect surveyors. I mean, you know that this agreement is just PEs.
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah, but the question just came in.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
topics
okay.
for the survey forum. So decoupling is one of those topics that.
That
we
would
want.
be great.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Should I respond? We want decoupling?
Yeah, I have.
You've done
I have decoupling, I have the PLSS module, and then I have the MRA.
Okay, so I don't need to respond or observe repeat.
Okay, on the engineering side, it's the MRA. It's decoupling. And it's the, how do we want to, it's the it's the SE without a PE.
SE licensures without a PE civil initial exam. Show licensure. We not only require that exam, we require that they have a PE
Yeah, I know.
when they come in to get an SE. They have to have a Washington PE.
Yeah, they call that in NCAA called post PE license.
And with respect to the decoupling, I want to remember to ask if they require a 4-year degree before they take that PE exam.
Yeah.
That was like one of the questions. Not specifically requesting a forum, but during.
So that's the requirement to have a degree.
We don't know.
If they're decoupled, is that the requirement for examination?
Well, we think it is for NCAAS to take it, right?
Do we?
We don't
I was
know.
supposed to find out.
Oh,
We are going to get that information from NCAAS, but I think the idea of the forums is just to get people's opinions and information on what the other states are thinking about it.
Okay, would you make sure I have a list of the questions you sent to David?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Make sure you copied on it.
We are all there except for you, Marjorie, is that right?
And
Correct.
Ken will be there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you'll be all Good luck. Okay. All right. Sorry, where were we? Oh, yeah, the agreement. Okay, any other discussion on the agreement then? So we're not taking any action now. We're still continuing to collect information.
Yeah. I'll propose a thought, because I'm not gonna be at the annual meeting, so I'll be off, but, being that we're data driven, I would say, good test to do would be to have a sampling of the UK engineers, take our PE test and see how they do. And then have a sampling of our engineers, apply for, it'd have to be a hidden, so that it's equally, it's non-biased, but have a sampling of our engineers that have passed PE, apply for their, you call it charter?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
charter
Yeah.
certified.
They don't have an
Yeah.
exam.
But
That's the point.
no, but have their credentials evaluated like they would, yeah, so, you know, have it swing both ways and see what happens.
Has NCAA made it clear how they evaluated it? They may have, I mean, we don't know how they've evaluated.
I was looking this morning and it wasn't very clear to me. Because I went directly to the electrical engineers, industrial, and it did not be a very good one.
So you're talking about the MRA,
Yeah,
and there is going to be an international PE, an INT, capital P, capital E.
Yeah.
Designation that you get to use in your post-nominals. So NCAAS will evaluate US licensed engineers to meet that qualification, and it is, I assume it's licensure. The exam, 7 years of experience, which one of my questions is that 7 years after a graduation? Because the way we define experience in the US is includes education, or at least in our law. So that's the question, what's at 7 years? And there's a side-by-side listing of the qualifications of what NCAAS will evaluate and what the IEC will evaluate to get to an international PE. And then from there, that means that you can get licensure and you can. So I see what you're saying. It's like, well, if we want to see if they're really equivalent or not, you still only have this small data with that. And they have said, yeah, we think your PEs in the United States are probably equivalent at that, meeting those levels. So.
yeah.
I think your point is, we would feel some comfort at understanding how it was evaluated.
Or maybe if you looked at their exam,
They don't allow you that.
so it's the structural that has an exam.
Well, no, this is any PE.
This has nothing to do with structural.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm saying, we talked about exams, whether there were exams involved. And there are exams in UK for structural, but I guess there's no exams at all.
Not any final, like, cumulative exams, but in the charter institutes, but not a licensed exam.
The electrical indicated there wasn't any exams. And the other thing that I specifically noticed is that institute, that electrical institute for UK, their charter engineers are not coming up just specifically through the UK education system. It is a whole bunch of countries.
Yeah.
That is involved.
Probably like EU, even though they're.
No, we're talking most of Asia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's.
But you have a pretty robust IEEE
though, which.
That's not part of it.
I know, well, I mean, I think it's a pretty, I was gonna say it's a pretty robust, IEEE, you have a large group that has a common involvement and focus in this area, right? To where it's not just, like a UK question, it's electrical, you said that they're not getting tested? Did I miss that?
So when I was looking on, this morning on the specific, it was engineering and technology is the industry that is for electricals. The forms indicated it was just a matter of evaluating your experience and, your education, and that's it.
But why, I mean, I guess I'm failing to understand, why would a huge group like IEEE accept that as part of,
But it has nothing to do with IEEE,
but they would be an influencer?
not even close. IEEE is more of a standards and professional organization. This is a separate type of industry specific organization that is, I mean, one of the things they do is the charter engineer, and then there's also an industry engineer. That's a lower level than a charter engineer.
Right, like a technician level.
Well, they've got, and then below that, they've got an engineering technician.
Okay.
So there's,
Yeah, I think the way I saw it is they do the tax, kind of the EIPs that are in the pathway of license and then the license.
but to me, it's extremely unclear how these are evaluated. We're working completely on theory. In theory, this should all be the same. I'm all about testing the theory.
In the end of that 170-page document or whatever it was, there was an appendix that had the application of a charter engineer. And it had all these categories of, explain, your project management skills and education. You had to fill out that. And then all these different technical categories. And then you have to go to an oral exam and defend all of those. So will ask you questions about, well, how big a project was it, or whatever. I don't know, but you're right, there's no physical examination with a specification that we can review. But that application seemed pretty extensive to me, and it seemed, the economics of a project and budgeting and so that the questions had much more to do with managers at that point than just the technical skills that you start out at. So,
And on the electrical side, they had probably about 10 bullet points that you're supposed to get, up to speed on and be able to show. I would say maybe 4 or 5 of them were actually technical. One of them was, I have nothing against this, but one of the bullet points was showing diversity and inclusion. For an engineer, if you're looking at technical practice, that's not technical practice. That is something outside of, I mean, it has to be addressed, but that should not be an evaluation factor in determining the qualifications of an engineer.
yeah, it's your HR department.
Is something like this document, if not this document or this process, would this allow us to evaluate candidates for their engineering experience and education that are the foreign applicants that we often get? That we're always trying to, okay, we've got to figure out who or how they got their credentials and the process or the school. There's not a lot of information, so we've got to, research this to see the equivalent. Would this sort of vote that evaluation?
If they have the
It
UK
would
license.
supersede that. If they have the international PE, we won't be looking education and experience. They will come to us and say NCWS has, the IEC has evaluated my credentials and has awarded me an international PE. Now I want comedy Washington signed.
Right, and then we have the ability to look at their experience at whatever level or detail and still say yay or nay, right? I mean, it doesn't take that away, does it?
My understanding that it takes that away if you sign the agreement.
Well.
I mean, that's how I read the agreement, is that we agree that, that the qualifications that are gonna be put forth by the, Institute of Chartered Engineers, or Engineers Chartering, or whatever they're called, is equivalent to PEs in the United States, especially because they've got more experience years. Or that we trust that they're evaluating somebody for that classification of an international PE to the same level that NCWS will be now having a whole department that is classifying people for international PEs.
Let me ask you this question is, would this add to the argument of decoupling? Would this say that, okay, this international eng credential that you have, that satisfies the exam sort of bucket? If we are decoupled, but you still have to satisfy this entire experience in which we can evaluate and kick back if we need to. I mean,
I don't.
because right now, not decoupled, it's, you know, you get the thumbs up if you have this engineering license, international engineering license. There's no ability to evaluate the experience because we're assuming that it's being evaluated at a high level that we require. But if we in fact decouple that and sever that tie, that puts experience aside from any sort of credential that international engineer may have. I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
thinking kind of.
I think there's a lot of things we don't know. If anybody wants to write a question for me to include with my question list, we can ask directly those things.
Satisfy my curiosity. When we get an application for comedy in our state and that person has an NCEES record, how much of that do we evaluate? Or do we just say, you got an NCEES record, you've been vetted, pay your fee? That's it. We look at everything in there.
Yeah, so the NCAA record can report your experience and has references
Right.
that'll talk to it. But we require, just say, 4 years after a bachelor's degree. California requires 2,
Yeah.
right? So we're gonna look at that to make sure that it meets, you know, the length of time.
Would the staff go through all of those? What?
I think that'd be a
Letters, yada,
great
yada.
question for Vana too.
Yeah.
Vana, if you want to chime in.
Yeah, for every NCWS record that comes in, we do review the education, we review the experience, we identify if the verifiers are licensed PEs. We review the time frame that the PEs were licensed to correlate with the time that the applicant was employed. So everything is reviewed. In some cases, we will look at references as well. We don't require references, but we do review those at times too. So everything within the record is reviewed. It's not just they have an NCWS record, they're good to go and they get licensed. There is a reviewal process.
I guess what remains unclear, maybe just to me, is whether this agreement will, at least for people that have that international PN, just to take it a step beyond that, and that we don't even get to do that review, or would the process still be similar to that, that we would get that record, so to speak, and still have a chance to evaluate it? Maybe there's a question there.
There's a question.
Down.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
I
I
mean-
think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but I think that you have the ability to, just because you will accept applicants through this program, doesn't mean that you have to accept them blindly. You know, you can accept applicants, but you still review all the information to see if they.
That's not how I read it in here, so maybe that's the question for NCAA. I see this as NCAA is now licensing engineers to be international PE. As opposed to jurisdictions license, they're saying this person's qualifications meets that and they get that
Yeah, they call it a register.
certification.
They call it a register.
A register. In a way, that's them licensing and then saying, if you've signed this agreement, you'll accept those people.
I would check that more closely, because
Yeah.
that's, okay, so I did remember the language that said, you know, states, that doesn't mean that states can't add their own, you know, requirements, so I have to look at it again, but.
We can.
Requirements
We
might,
got our own requirements.
so the requirements would be, you still have to, you know, your qualifications still have to meet our state qualifications, and we will review them, you know.
Does take 2 tests, take a degree and such. Most of it.
Well, the agreement would be a waiver of that.
Yeah, you can't waive that.
Yeah, you'd have to, we'd still have to change 1843, to some extent. Because they've got at least another pathway through.
Because the state can't waive a statute. I mean, this organization can't
Yeah.
waive a statute.
Well, with the governor's office support of it, it probably won't be a problem.
So
Could be
the
other
governor's
places
almost
too
done.
that disagree.
Yeah, so I think the discussion has been a little confusing to me. I think what it boils down to is we're relying on the UK to vet people on their register, just like they're relying on CWS to vet people on our register. So even though it's an international and they could come from anywhere, they have to be on the UK register to be part of this agreement. So I think it's, in my mind, it's okay. Are we comfortable with the vetting process that the UK will have, just like NCWS will do the same here for our registrants?
Yeah, it says that last paragraph, just the answer that records will be transmitted to the states directly. That's the last paragraph, and next steps.
And I, just one more thing I was thinking about, Marjorie, you talked about,
Oh, the second to last paragraph. Sorry.
okay. Says any individual or state jurisdictional fees, still, anyway, you talked about the oral examination at the end, Marjorie, at the end of their licensure process in the UK. If the board wanted to, they could accept that as an examination as acceptable by the board. So we may not have to do a statutory change. You may be able to, if somebody applies, you may be able to accept.
And then by doing that, doing the fundamentally the waiver. So you'd expand the scope of the FE waiver.
Of the equivalency.
I mean, you're not expanding the scope because that applies to all to any.
The FE waiver in ours says if you have a PE in another jurisdiction.
Another jurisdiction, which could be
But
anywhere,
then take a FE.
which could be anywhere.
We do have that the equivalency too.
So
That's
I
me.
think that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you may not have to change the
Registration
statute.
license. You're registered.
Use word used.
are used interchangeably in our codes.
It is.
So that they'll create an NCWS record, transmit it from NCWS to us. We can review everything that's in that record, which will, for experience, education, everything. And from there, we can decide what next step, if that's what happens.
So if you go down to the next page, or it's page 2. Middle paragraph,
You looking for it?
executive summary.
Ah,
In summary,
here we go. Right here.
first two
Zoom in a little bit.
sentences there.
for you.
So the thing that I noticed is qualify for licensure. It doesn't say qualify to apply for licensure.
Right.
It says qualify for licensure.
Surety.
So what does that mean? Does that mean it's been concluded that we have no, if we're in the agreement?
Well, I thought down further where we just were, it said that you still have to apply to the states and pay fees for the state.
We gotta pay fees anyway, but.
Since we would be signing this agreement independently of NCWS with UK. NCWS will just be the record transmitter. We still would be licensing these folks individually.
No, they'll be the international register. As in summary, NCES. Fees on the NCES International Register. So they're more than a record submittal process.
This is, will qualify for licensure as a CN in the United Kingdom.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
then,
necessarily.
but then in the next sentence,
Yeah, it's both ways.
it's both ways.
Many applicants.
I don't understand why NCWS is involved in licensure. They are exam givers.
This
They
is
write
the
laws.
licensing opportunity.
They're making money.
Because when someone from another state becomes an international PE, why wouldn't we give them the same approach that we give the UK engineer? Without looking at what their qualification, what their experience record entails.
So
So
if we deny somebody,
it's-
they get a C and G and then they can come in.
But
Yeah, that's a mess.
the last sentence of the second paragraph
The
says,
international.
though local jurisdictional or discipline specific criteria may still apply. So that's where I got, that sentence is where I got that. You still have your own jurisdictional.
We write the agreement into our rule of law.
Yeah.
Basically.
They're just trying to bypass redundant traditional requirements by meaning that both sides are requiring certain things and let's not worry about those things, but local jurisdictional and discipline specific criteria.
All right, well, a lot of confusion, a lot of questions. Please, if we think of more questions, put them to Marjorie, Ken, and I, and
Yeah, I'm
To be
happy to
continued.
compile them if you want to email them to me and give you
Thank you.
one set of questions.
okay.
Everybody's input would be appreciated.
Does anybody on the board want to be involved with the signing ceremony? Is that something we have to indicate after this in the next week?
Make it premature. Since that part of their timing suggested it was also to get a big group photo. That may not be a constructive appearance of the board that may not eventually sign the MRA.
Yeah, we'll see if they
I think
hold
we
firm
will-
there.
Be under a lot of pressure to sign it. The question is, one of my questions is, can we make local amendments? such as reviewing instruments or whatever. So,
I think what's been described is if we do anything other, even if we agree or don't agree, either we could do nothing or we would end up with law and regulation change. And so we would need to sign it.
It's ceremonial.
It's ceremonial, but it would express intent. And that may be more than we're authorized.
Yeah. You have to go visit the British consulate in Chicago.
Okay, well, we'll discuss this in June, and if we're gung ho by then, and even if it's past their deadline, maybe they're still willing to let us.
You just want to go, right?
I'm going. I'm gonna dress up like Benny Hill.
I'll be in some way.
Volleyball,
It's shorter.
baseball.
Yeah, I mean, the NCWS site has they're putting more and more information up there about what it takes to get on the registry.
I'll look at that.
And we'll be calling a special board meeting on Thursday, May 23rd. So we can discuss after the Western Zone meeting.
It's the
Yeah,
NCWS International Registry for Professional Engineers. And,
as if it's already a done deal.
I think they've signed.
Don't they have an international registry for those people that took the exams and have already come? But they're not licensed here, but they gather their experience.
I mean, there's
I thought
there's
that's what they had.
a search, it's a searchable, you can search for engineers that are licensed, that maybe they're on their registry, you can search their name, searchable. So they list, the requirements or the four qualification areas: a bachelor's or master's degree, accredited by ABET, acceptable result of FE exam, 4 years of acceptable work experience in the candidate's engineering discipline, and an acceptable result on the PE exam in the candidate's discipline. But it doesn't say the depth of the evaluation.
Yeah.
It just says these. So I think that there's probably more and more stuff that's gonna be.
One of the things that hung up the architects board for a long time was that requirement for education, because one of the people on the board had done an alternate pathway. And so, the board for a long time was hesitant to sign on to it because they didn't feel that it was treating everybody fairly. But, the national organization said they're currently working toward coming up with some way to deal with the.
Equivalency experience.
So,
That's right. Someone was going to get me the
Architects.
architects.
They had
Did an amended version of their agreement or something.
Yeah, that was all.
There's like,
Yeah, Elizabeth, you were gonna look into that as well.
I have NCWS.
there's 843
AIA
engineers on the registry,
agreement to.
dating back all the way to 2012.
How many?
843
On what registry?
on the NCWS, well, they are individuals listed have been assessed and determined by NCWS, meeting all competency requirements for listing on the APEC and the IPEA international registries. And then we can contact Marie Nebeski, NCWS Manager of Credentials and Evaluation at NCWS. And it looks like, yeah, it dates back to 2012, the registry does.
So that would be the MLA.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's all MLE.
It's not directly related to the topic, but I don't know if it has any bearing, but one thing I did see when I was doing my research this morning on the comparison between the UK and US engineers. I didn't search for this, but it came up repeatedly on the searches, is that why are UK engineers paid so much less than US engineers?
it's the fact that they're in a socialist state, so No, I mean, seriously, that every profession complains in all over UK and EU that nobody makes, anywhere near the amount of money they do here because and they don't necessarily complain about it, but they just don't get paid as much because they pay so much into social welfare. So it's a very flat system for professions that here, like doctors, engineers, architects, they're very flat there as opposed to here where those professions make some.
So is the economies of scale slanted?
Not scale, individual.
Yeah. but-
Gonna go make some more money.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Okay, I'd like to move this along. Thanks, everyone. Okay, let's get to the item 5, NCAAS items. We have elections at the zone meeting. I think at this time, I'd like to use this time for any discussion. I reminded myself, because I had to do it myself, that there's speeches at the meeting prior to the election. So we will hear from all the candidates again and work on yours. And we'll make our final decision at that time. But this is a good time to, have any discussion. Has any candidate joined us by chance?
Let's check. I don't believe so. Oh, I take that back. It looks like Elizabeth Johnston has joined us.
Okay, so perfect. This would be an opportunity to ask Elizabeth questions. I think that's appropriate. It's kind of,
Do we have a topic about NCAAS elections?
We do, yes. It's on the agenda.
yeah. And I think it would be appropriate, it's not a public comment if we ask questions of those.
I think it's fine either way.
Yeah.
Public comment can happen at time, and it's on your agenda, so you can ask questions, so.
Well, if it's general public comment, I'd like to wait until that portion of our agenda. But if the board would like to address anyone from the public, we have that prerogative, correct? So, hi, Elizabeth, and since she's here, does anyone have a question? In the packet was information on all the candidates. By the way, Elizabeth saved me. I was not aware that there was an opportunity to give speeches or that was part of the deal. And we just happened to be talking. She said something about,
You're ready?
are you ready with your speech? And I was like a deer in the headlights, what? If she hadn't done that, I would have been totally off guard. So thank you, Elizabeth.
You're welcome, and you gave a good speech, so I'm happy to have your support.
Well, I guess I would like to hear from Elizabeth on, we've been talking about MRA last, half hour, 45 minutes. Kind of what your thoughts were on the MRA and how it affects member boards.
All right, well, I only heard the very last of the discussion. I will tell you, I am on the International Registry of Engineers. It was a very easy process. As a model law engineer, all you do is you just request and you pay an extra $20 or something to get on the registry. I believe that it's a tool to translate people's credentials more easily so that member boards are receiving consistently presented information from international candidates. In this case, the UK, but it could be expanded, I believe, to other jurisdictions throughout the world, such as Japan. Sorry, I'm on a flight at the moment, so you might hear some announcements. And it's similar to how the architects do it where they don't have an exam, they have a portfolio, and they're providing us consistent information. They do a degree evaluation that compares against the NCAA education standards. So similar to a comedy applicant who comes in with a non-ABET degree, they can request a credential evaluation. So I think it puts a nice tidy packet before a board of information. So that's what I know about it. And I guess Alaska in particular doesn't have an opinion on it because we have our own specific comedy requirements and wouldn't recognize people under this program because they would be deficient in other areas.
Interesting. Either cold weather course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Shall we let her go? She's right.
Well, I'm always happy to talk to Washington, but just let me know if you have more questions. I'll hang on until I take off.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Okay, so we've got Elizabeth and Dr. Q as the candidates for president-elect. Aaron for zone VP. And then assistant VP, Sean St. Clair and Scott Sales. Sales, right?
Sales, yeah.
Sales, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and again, at the actual western zone, there could be nominations from the floor that can come through and it's, yeah, nominations have closed, but there's the caveat of they could come from the floor.
Right. Okay.
So are you going to be the voter representing the Washington board?
I will, but we're all at the table.
I don't think that you can if you're secretary.
Well, that's.
Oh, that's a good
part
point.
of the question.
Thank you.
Yeah, does it-
Yeah, I won't even be at the, well, yeah, where will I be? I'm gonna have to count the votes too, because,
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
yeah.
And that's here to vote.
Washington?
Yeah, yeah, so I
Okay,
have to
good
refuse.
point, good point.
So assign someone and I will give them a proxy.
Elizabeth, your hand is up?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dave, that you won't be able to serve as a teller because of your secretary position. Kevin will run the tellers committee and count it. And we can give the ballot to whoever you guys designate. It doesn't have to be pre-designated. So I don't know, give it to Jim. It's his last meeting, right?
Yes. Okay, good, thank you. All right.
Jim, you have my proxy voting.
You can take
for the
it.
Western Zone.
All right. Aaron, you're in trouble.
So, yeah, we will huddle there. I think Marjorie or Ken, if you have a strong opinion, please get that to us. Otherwise, it'll be those that are present that will be agreeing on the vote. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay? Okay. Western Zone action items. Actually, Elizabeth, since you're here, we're not aware of anything that we need to, approve or vote on other than elections. Are we missing?
Yeah, I currently know of no Western Zone motions. The two things you could have out, there was an email that should have gone out today requesting subjects for the engineer and survey form. Right now, those don't have any topics. So if there's something that the Washington board wants to see discussed, it would be good to get that in. And then, of course.
Yep, we will do that. We saw those emails come in today, so.
Yeah, I've already responded.
Question about that.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Elizabeth.
We lost her.
All right, that takes us to the annual meeting delegates. In August in Chicago. Beautiful time of the year to visit Chicago. Okay, so we need to decide on the funded delegates. Mackenzie's already thought this through, and she has the answer sheet.
Yeah,
I'm funded because of my NCWS position. Mike is funded as a first-time participant. Who else is?
Let's see, Ken, if Ken's going, Ken would
So
be.
even though it's going to the Western Zone, it's a first time.
There's first time at both.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
actually,
Okay.
I learned that there is no first timers at the Western Zone.
Oh.
I reached out to NCES to
okay.
get clarification on that earlier this year. So first timer for Mike for the annual meeting.
Okay.
Got it.
There is a first time like reception. It's where you get initiated.
Paddle. You have to wear a little colored tag.
And the super secret oath.
Yeah. All right. I'll see that.
Learn the handshake.
Swans.
And then Jill can go as the enforcement for our board as well,
Okay, good.
which would be excellent because she's getting close to retirement.
And she loves Chicago in August.
Yeah, I do.
It's close to home.
That's right.
Yeah, you were just there.
I know.
So your suggestion for the three funded delegates is,
That would be Doug, Marjorie, and Aaron.
the short timers.
Unless you'd love to go, but we can't fund you.
What if they are not replaced?
Yeah.
At that time, they might still be board members.
Yes, you still can be a board member. It's true.
Thought there was a specific limit on days.
No.
No, I don't think so.
You're stuck until governor says no.
But I mean, you can elect to stay on if you don't get replaced, but you don't have to. So.
Mimi told me she wasn't allowed to leave until she found a replacement, so.
Ivan's first term is 5 years, his second term is 20 years.
That's not unheard of. There's a guy I work with on some NCE stuff down in
On the east
Missouri.
side,
He did his 17th year of
the 5-year term.
2 5-year terms.
Yeah.
Because they can't replace it?
It's not replacing anybody. Doesn't want to support it.
Okay,
Okay, so is that an action item that requires a vote?
No.
Maybe just direction.
Only if you're,
Yeah.
I don't think you need, unless you want funding approval.
We're not funding anybody, are we?
Well, we could fund Christine as the deputy director.
We are, if she wants to go, I'd like to find Christina.
Yeah, I think that would be great.
You guys are really selling Chicago in August.
Have you been to it?
You'll be inside.
No, I've never been that far east.
Beautiful. Chicago in the summer and the winter.
You haven't gotten stuck in the air at night.
Okay, so I think we're in agreement, that makes sense. Thank you. Member board fee structure. Krista, do you want to lead this? You're the one that brought this to our attention.
Well, I don't know much more about it besides what they sent out.
This is a motion for the annual meeting that we're just kind of discussing ahead of time.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you guys were aware of it.
We actually did we get charged this?
Discussion.
I'm sorry, Chris.
I can't recall if the, yes, we did.
We got charged this amount.
Let me look at it really quick.
This is a proposed structure. I haven't gone into it
I have to look at it.
yet.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Chris.
That was my
I
understanding.
thought it said 2026 in this document. And to that effect. So it's not current.
Yeah, I thought this was part of a motion.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to disrupt.
Yeah, so effective dates will be 2026, so that all those states whose budgets go through the legislation will have ample lead time. But it's coming from the finance committee, a motion, and as such presented. So maybe you guys will be voting on it at the,
I mean, my initial reaction is makes sense to pay based on your size. Why should Guam pay the same as California? So. But anyway, I haven't studied it, so I don't know if any, we don't have to take action on it today. We will, before the end of the meeting. Decide on our vote, but it's open for conversation if anybody has a comment to make.
No, it's good to get it in advance.
I know it's always so overwhelming to look at 63 motions and
Yeah, we paid 6,500.
Okay, it's all still down.
And we would pay 70 or 8,500?
85.
No, personally,
tax the rich.
no, personally, I think that that should be, our motivation to be in,
Reducing.
no, our motivation to be involved. I mean, like we are, I mean, I would say if we weren't involved, if we didn't send people and we weren't on certain committees, 6,500 would be a big pill to swallow. But if we are on committees and we are making real change for Washington State, then I mean, it's there. In my opinion.
Does this include, this shouldn't include EITs, OS, or COCs? So we might be in the column 4, right? The number of registrants. Well, how many active licensed registrants do we have? Not retired, not.
We have like 28 or 29,000 PE.
Very close to the 30,000.
Way up over this.
Okay, it might be close.
Yeah,
It's fluctuating.
Maybe
you
not
get
gonna be able-
2026 on that.
If you want to save $1,000, you can hire Mo.
Get some people to retire early.
Forced retirement, retired
So,
license.
yeah.
No.
we're one of only 8 boards in that category.
I was impressed with that. I know, wow, we have a lot of licensees.
And we almost added about 100,000, the Apple case would have. Sorry, I don't run a public meeting, Ken.
What is this fee for?
The annual, aren't they the annual fees?
Yeah.
To be a
To be in the
CWS and money.
member board.
Our membership fee.
Okay.
We volunteer to pay double, that's what I told them, so just know that.
cheap banks.
It's a good thing, it's.
All right. Let's move on to 5.6, petition for rulemaking.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
May I say something? Well, going back on the Western Zone, actually, I just wanted, just for the people going to the Western Zone, just, there is the Western Zone Leadership Development Committee is having a sort of a kind of refresher on all the webinars and sessions that were done over the last number of months. That if you've missed them, or if you wanted to ask questions or get more information, you can go to that session. It's before the,
Right before the new.
yeah, just as a more of a wrap up, and a lot of people didn't get to attend because some of the sessions were on board meeting days, and so it's just the time where people can ask questions and get together, so. Yeah. Exactly.
Good, thanks for the reminder. Okay, let me get to the, who's best at explaining this one?
I think maybe Shannon.
better than me.
I say, it's us, Dave. So we got a petition to amend our pronoun usage throughout, 196. And they gave us the actual, they did the work for us. So, guess we're requesting that if you deny this petition, it goes to the governor's office. I think we have to explain why we're denying it. I see no reason to deny this. This is, I think, going to,
No, then it did, taking him out of there.
okay, yeah.
I'm serious. I'm him.
Where does he go?
Not a
Yeah.
bad
For,
So his, her is being replaced by they, them.
yes, so using
There.
modern grammatically correct pronouns. Which will probably are some general.
I entertain a motion.
There will be no public hearing for this because it doesn't substantially change the rules.
Okay.
I guess I'll move. Let's move this petition.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
See what?
Okay, any discussion on the motion?
I gave my.
Not being able to get it.
There was a long pause.
Right at him going, my God. Do we have a way to make sure that basically, I know this will go through code revise. But is there a way to make sure there isn't some other unannounced change being delivered to us? Or are you guys basically gonna have to review?
Are there additional requirements coming?
Have there been edits put in here that were not highlighted?
Oh, we'll grab the official language from the code reviser and replace the, look at where they have the EPD and replace.
So you are in fact gonna.
I will go in and
You are. Although he highlights what is expected, you will still have to
Yes.
review. So that may help us avoid any unknown or unadvised changes that might be.
Will we still review the proposed WAC revisions before, then we're approving the petition or moving ahead with?
well, it's called the CR 105 and it doesn't require a public hearing.
Why?
Because
It's-
it does
doesn't
not
change.
substantially.
It does change something.
It's not
I disagree
substantially.
100%. I believe it changes
I
something.
think it's material change.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Or a substantive change in the way the laws. So that's what they're talking about is substantive change to the law.
So, just. It's, a public hearing is not required, but may be held.
Sure.
So if we wanted to hold one, we.
But if our public rules hearings are anything like our other public rules hearings, no one will show.
And the notice would be this.
The notice will still be sent out.
Proposed to change to non-gender specific pronouns. Non-gender specific.
So I don't get what's the yellow?
So
Because it's there.
It's confusing the way that they provided the language to us.
purple, it is what's in there. And then he says to be changed to, and the yellow is what should be changed to.
So they're duplicating the same section and just highlighting that change in yellow.
Well, Sal.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware, but back in 90 something or early 2000s, our law got changed to everywhere it said him. Or her, or his, got changed to him, her.
Right.
And we didn't even know anything about it until it happened. So,
They did it, you mean they did it without?
well, you know, the legislature, when they did the laws, yeah, it was just a cleanup of everybody. Every law went from him, her, from him to him, her, him, her.
And they took care of it?
And they took care of it. We were kind of told about it and went, okay.
Potentially, there may be somebody who petitioned to have all the laws changed this way instead of just us specifically, and perhaps it would happen.
I think this person told me he had a project to gender, to neutralize the pronouns and rules and agency, all agency rules, not just ours.
But might it be a global change that happens in the same way the him, her?
Oh, the
happen?
legislature? Yeah, but we'll be notified of it. If it's legislative, we'll be notified. And we
I'm just wondering if we paused on making this change.
Oh, those are rules, so this will be different.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, okay, gotcha. Okay.
So what is wrong with giving a public comment opportunity? If we have,
Just more work.
is it a lot? I mean,
That's all. I think when we put this, before we file, well, I have to look, we haven't filed a wildfire in a long time. I'll go and see how I could.
But it's just the surgical ones,
Yeah.
you know, I mean,
Okay, so since this is kind of new to us, one of the options is that we don't even see the WAC revisions. You just do it as they're proposed in the petition.
I'll just, when I get the language from Cody Barnes, I just, I am on her, and I'm just going to take it tonight.
Yeah.
I'm just going and I can send it to the board before I send it. Before we send it back.
Or then would the board be in a position to approve? Just
Jim, would you like?
No, there's only two genders. That's it. Sorry.
The motion was to advance the petition. Was that your word?
Yes.
Move forward with it. Any more discussion? Okay, so all those in favor of the motion to move petition forward, please say aye. Is there anyone opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Thank you. Motion carries. Oh, boy, the 1843 discussion. Marjorie.
I am going to take the lead on this. So the task force for 1843 was requested by the board in December to make minor edits, which we are working on. And also, there was a request to address the issue of finding some inclusion for on-site licensee to be a part of the board and or to be pro tem. And so in the course of that discussion, we decided we're still working on other minor edits to the 1843, but we want the board to assist us with some direction on the language that concerns board members and pro tem board members. And the issue is, okay, so this was language that was proposed, not state, down there. The paragraph that starts with the red four members of the board shall be professional engineers. So a few years ago, there was language that was suggested, but never had been really vetted by the board. And there are different ways that we could consider including on-site. So the first option, which we have up here, is instead of having 5 professional engineers, we say 4 professional engineers. And then 2, of course, surveyors. 1 member may be a registered professional engineer or on-site system designer licensed by the. So it might stay as 5 engineers, or it gives the option for an on-site. Ivan expressed concern that we already have traditionally 2 structural engineers, which are civil,
Not always.
questionable anymore. Civil engineers. And we often have another civil engineer that maybe we suddenly don't have enough breadth of engineering represented if someone is an on-site. So that was a consideration we discussed a little bit. And then the conversation came up of, should we add a member to the board as opposed to changing the qualification of the current board positions? And that's when we said, let's, or do nothing, right? Do nothing is always an option. And so that's before the board to discuss. And then if you would scroll down a little bit, I want to get out on the table at the same time. Keep going.
Oh, here.
Looking for the pro tem, okay. So given the language that you saw up there on the screen, saying that an on-site could be a board member, then when you get to the pro tem, we wanted, first of all, to have an option to have more pro tems if we wanted to, and to have potentially an on-site be a pro tem. And we felt that we had to say, well, they could be a board member because this language tends to say they can be, they have the same qualifications as well as indemnity as a board member. There is a possibility of setting up the qualifications for a pro tem and not changing the board makeup if we wanted to rearrange this language to do that. And so we'd love to have a little discussion and a little advice from the board as to whether there's preferences for how we proceed with these language and their relationship to each other.
I recall we did have a discussion, has it been 2 years ago now? Since we first kind of tabled 1843.
Well, in
And there was
December, we said, add this language
Well, we,
in somehow.
yeah, and Ken really was pushing us heavily to try to at least get the ability to get an on-site pro tem in here. And I still think that's a good argument. I remember some of the concern was opening up 1843. And, you know, doing it in a way that doesn't attract a bunch of attention. And I think some people's thinking was the pro tem piece isn't real controversial or eye-catching.
And we were given direction to take this already before, that it would be changing qualifications, but not full membership, but just the pro tem as an on-site, not a full board member. That's what we have on the move forward plan now. It's not the reverse. We just pull it off of the agenda.
We took that action at that meeting.
Right, and then that's where we sit. So if you want us to keep moving forward with that, or if anything's changed with that, let us know. But if you'd like to add them as a full board member, that's where this language comes in.
Okay, so this part we took action on at that time. It's the previous page that is,
Well, you took action as you said to move forward with them.
the pro tem.
Pro tem only.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize that was the action from December.
That was action last year.
That was quite a while ago.
That we were asked to put before, but we pulled it off the agenda or
2022.
But, because we didn't have enough time to get out the stakeholder and governor, the Bears program, so we could move forward with it this summer as is. Give you guys the option to say no, or keep going, so is that fair?
Right now, we're just talking about, which one? Oh, 10?
What I'm hearing Ken say is that we previously approved language, so not this language, scroll to the other, yeah, to allow a pro tem, but the language that's here says that they have the same qualifications as a board member.
So this isn't the language we talked about earlier. This is a change from that. Is that correct?
By earlier, as in the task force,
As in
Monday.
when we approved the language a year ago.
This is the language we.
This is exactly the
A year
language.
ago.
we already talked
And then we also had language in 030 for the board makeup that was approved the year before. So I guess what we're asking is which one, or neither.
Well, we weren't, I'm sorry, Shannon, we weren't asked to go forward with the number of board member change.
Yeah, but in 2022, when we had the official, this is the changes that we want to make in 2022. 030 was still marked up when we went back and looked at it this year. I think what we're trying to figure out is, do you really want to do the board makeup, or do you want it, the pro tem that was already approved? They conflict, and so that's why we were asking what we really want.
With just this language, are you able to appoint a on-site pro tem?
Yes.
And now, okay, that was the goal.
So no changes to 030 and changes here
Thank you, Shannon.
would allow us to get an on-site pro tem.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh. Can I make a comment? We talked in the task force about the striking of that second sentence. And there was some concern because if we don't have that in there, we've relied on members to be in the hearing and be on part of the jury. We don't have that in here. Do they still have that authority?
That's what ours.
Because I remember, was it the hearing that we did in Yakima or Tracy? No, where was it at?
Yeah, come on.
Was it Yakima? We had a pro tem in as a
Ellensburg, I think.
Ellensburg, yeah. So that would be,
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Ivan. Because they may be a hearings officer or whatever they may be, we need to make sure they have the powers and duties that are assigned. But we don't want them to have a general come to the meeting and be one of the voting members of the full seven board with this proposition. So if that's the pleasure of the board, we can go back and make sure that language is clear and try to get that resolved by June so we can get it on the Bears project. But matter of fact, we may have to go sooner than that, Shannon, right, for next legislative session or June, or we get to go ahead.
We have to have everything entered by September.
So we
We
have
have to have everything done by September.
2 months to do stakeholder engagement for this, and should be enough time. So we could, that makes sense. If this is the way the board would like us to continue on. We know that we have to make sure that the pro tem has the powers and duties and immunities to be able to be a hearings officer or to be, that person too, and just not sitting in this meeting as a voting member.
Well, then why do we strike it out of that?
I don't know. We could figure out why.
18235 says they have all the powers, duties, and authorities, and immunities of the regular board member.
So,
Serving as a pro temp.
and that says that in 18235 now, right? And on it also has three
Yeah, it's three.
members.
Oh, I see what,
So,
So, yeah,
okay, so
redundancy.
I guess one of the things I had thought when and I think my last comment on this was, why not just pull this?
if you want
Throw
it,
it away, because then you default to 18,235.
I think it's better to, because, just for clarity's sake, I think it's better to keep all of, everything you can here, because a lot of people don't think to notate.
And this also has 18 to 10 in it, which would allow pro tem, which is, because it says you have to be a member. Or you have to meet the same minimum qualification as a member of the board.
If you,
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yes.
and this adds the onsite. to it.
and if this, so what I was gonna say was, if this is your primary statute, so 18235 only applies if you don't have something here. So, yeah, so if you have something here, then 18235 is gone.
But does 18,235 even talk about regular member, the qualifications is the same as a regular member?
Well, this is, economy.
The point pro.
Why don't we do, I'm just gonna suggest, why don't we do some work and get this cleaned up and bring you back language we think meets what you're intending? Because we are clear of what you're intending. The language, it's hard to read and put it all together, but let's staff, Elizabeth, take this out and work on it, bring it back in June. If you okay it, then we'll go forward with the legislative push. If you want to do this, if you want to add different 18 comments, can we talk about that now? Because
Well, yeah, my concern with that is, this was almost 2 years ago. I mean, we keep kicking the can down the street, which, you know,
Well, that's one of our action items out of the committee is figure out all of the comments and the strikeouts and the this and the that were made, and the committee did review some of those and say, keep it, don't keep it, keep it. And give them an actual official document, 'cause I think we have 2 or 3 official documents out there.
And we were lined up to go to the governor's office with
Yeah.
whatever language. And so now that it's been, so let's give us a chance. We'll send it out to whomever you want to. You guys can individually comment, not as a whole, but individually comment to make sure the language makes sense. Edit it.
I would like to have a vote from the board of what we want now with the pro tem board members, and then another vote on the 030. For that reason that it's just, I don't remember things from a couple years ago. I'm not sure. I'd like to make a motion that we, have the staff clean up the language to allow for 3 members instead of just 2 pro tem members, and that one can be an on-site with qualifications under chapter 18-210 RCW.
I,
Wait a minute.
What if I don't want to? Second.
You want to
Only what?
one on the
This
site?
is Beijing.
Where the one, only one.
I don't think I said 1 out of 3.
So,
You said what?
You did say one.
You just said
One
one.
of the 3.
I said one of the 3 is an onsite instead of saying opening it up to onsites.
Yes, you did. Did someone
If
want
I
to make it
to
friendly?
amend the motion in order to clarify that I meant that we're going to have the option to have 3 pro tems, and that we want to allow for on-site licensees to be pro tem.
You would have to accept.
You want me to second that one as well?
Friendly.
Okay. I second that one as well.
okay, good, thank you. So any further discussion? So can I get clarity on the powers and duties? Because in the past, we struck that and we just wanted their ability to perform.
Investigations, basically.
Well, also, they did, one time, a pro tem served at a hearing.
Yeah.
So you may need that.
Right. So that's the other powers and duties, right?
I don't know.
We'll work on that. You don't want them to come in this room and be able to vote on a normal, like an eight board member.
I think that was part of their concern.
Well, I guess if we have something very specific to say, for example, on-site, and we have an on-site pro tem, would it be that bad if he was able to voice his opinion in this board meeting? And
Well, you could.
but as only as a public member, we don't. So I guess 235 already
You
already
could,
covers this, right? So
it doesn't, because like I said, this will govern,
supersede.
this will supersede.
So if we don't have,
And so my suggestion is maybe you want the person to have the duties as assigned by the board or by the director or something like that. That way you have more flexibility. Because what if, for example, a couple people fall gravely ill and you want to bring in that pro tem member to be a voting member, then the committee can, not the committee, the board can say, or the director can say, we need this pro tem member to serve as a voting member.
yeah,
Under these circumstances.
that makes sense.
Is that an amendment or add?
I think it's just a discussion because you're gonna come back with.
Okay, clarity, that's what we'll do. Okay, got it.
Any other discussion on this?
Well, I don't think it needs to be added if that's what you guys want to do, but I think it should be added, and the pro tem members may have the powers and duties as, because otherwise,
We haven't officially struck it yet, right?
no, but this is just direction. It's not like wording, it's just giving staff direction, right?
Okay, does anybody think we want all the powers and duties? I think that's still.
This is assigned by the board.
So
Yeah.
it says right there, the appointments are limited as defined by the board chair. Let's
Is
just
that what it says?
unstrike what we struck out.
Which says has all the powers and duties. Why can't you say the immunities and then,
The appointments are limited, yeah, the strikeout sentence.
So it says we can limit them, but it says this is what they can do too, if we so assign.
Okay. We understand what you want.
there was a
The
reason it was stricken.
I think it's because we thought in 235 it was redundant.
Yeah, we don't want to worry about 235. It'd be better to repeat, to just put this
Yeah.
exactly as you want it and don't worry about 235. You only go to that if you don't have it.
Okay, we'll bring it back to you, and I promise it'll meet every of the requirements there. And then some. Just kidding, the last part.
It is hard to remember sometimes what we talked about.
Well, I understand, you want,
Yeah, I'm not gonna go
Potential
back and
three.
listen to all that.
you want to be able to have up to three pro tem board members, and then we can assign them any duty, responsibility that any board member normally has. But that will be in contract with that pro tem board member. If I sit in here and take someone else's seat, we're gonna explain that in the contract, but in here we'll share that that's what we're trying to do. There'll be all the immunities, all the, it's necessary. And it's 180 days unless extended longer.
Is that what we have as a contract, that individual?
It's an appointment.
At some point. So it'd be in, or in the directing letter, whatever the vehicle is to direct it.
And I think the appointment, I don't think you can, I mean, I think you should have the flexibility to say as directed by the board or as in the appointment so that you can change it
Right.
as needed.
All right, any more discussion? Okay, the motion was to. Can you reread the motion, please?
Okay, so Marjorie moved for staff to clean up the language and to allow 3 pro tem members, of which could be an on-site member with qualifications under RCW 210. I didn't get the tail end of the 210. 18.
18.
Not
Two, 10,
18. Not for 18 to 10 West End.
And the motion refers to 1843-033, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And she did not, by further discussion, she did not limit to an OSW as she stated that word.
Yeah, the amendment was just, they can be an on-site pro tem.
Okay, thank you for restating that. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Was there another RCW? No. that was-
All right. No.
Oh, yeah,
Previously,
there is.
The 030 has to do with board members. And whether or not we want to consider opening up board positions for on-sites at this point. Or whether the fact that we're giving the pro tem opportunity that could also potentially have authorities that we live with that for a while.
Would someone like to make a motion?
I'd like to move advancement of the concept of 1843-030 revisions concept. Need those marked here.
Give that another option.
And don't count on me for every single one of these.
Okay, so that would mean staying with the same amount of board members, just adjusting the makeup.
I would, if we're open to comment and discussion.
Yes.
I
Did
would, yes,
Yeah.
postulate that this would be generally well received. Doesn't constitute a specific dynamic change. Although, we've heard an expression of, well, discipline issues, discipline specific issues and representation on the board. We're always gonna have different levels of representation on the board. But this will demonstrate an inclusiveness, so it's not like a taxation without representation kind of thing. So I think it's a good activity. I think changing from 7 to others, you probably have to increment to stay on.
I recall there were some proponents to increasing.
So I'll give my 2 cents. I'm all for getting an on-site on the board, but I think we should increase the number of board members. I think we're spreading too thin the amount of professionals we're trying to cover with the limited amount of individuals representing those professions or sectors of the profession. So I would like to see an on-site on board, but I want to see the number of board members increased. As aside, and just bring it up, because if we were to increase the number of board members, we should probably go for 2 and tag a public member, because that is something that is well received. It's a pain in the butt sometimes, but it's something that's well received by a lot of, I know, courts at least.
Yeah, there's, most boards, professional boards do.
They have a public member seat, but a lot of boards have an empty seat.
Yes.
We look at the reports from our western state boards and a lot of members. I looked at California, like there are 2 or 3 empty seats. So I'm opposed to increasing the size of the board. But I also have given a lot more thought to the idea that we need the breadth of engineering representation So I would be more inclined to see how the pro tem opportunity works for on-site. And how active that is for us, and work with that for a while before changing the actual board we kept.
Yeah, I would be in favor of what Ivan suggests is increasing by 2, but the one member may be a public member, just like what we saw with the pro tem. One member may be within this discipline, where it provides the opportunity. I would also, looking at this, I think we have to change another sentence, but we can get through that. But I'm with Ivan.
What are the other members? I mean, what are the 2 memberships that you're adding? What would be their criteria?
Well, I think it would be based on maybe statistically, the number of registrants that, I don't know, because.
I mean,
Right.
engineers or public or on-site?
Engineers. There'd be an engineer where that could be more of a representation.
How many different general licenses do we issue?
17. Shannon?
What?
So how many
Searches, exams.
Yes.
For endorsement, their endorsements.
Or-
is that what you're talking about?
How many are covered for?
5.
Right.
What do you mean?
Well, 2 are structural.
Well,
Right.
and that's not by law, that's
No.
by
Right.
tradition.
So we're not gonna catch all of them, right? I mean, unless we. But I'm just, I'd like to, again, if we decide to do that, then I think increasing the board would be the next step. But with the added of it may be and not it shall be.
So if we don't get a public member application,
Bill,
it could be then 2 on-site or an other surveyor or another engineer. Could be either one of those.
How would that go with public members? Could we have the option of having a public member or?
I've never seen that before, but I will also say that all the professional boards have their public member filled. So, the boards that we have in Washington.
It's the same person, but yeah.
Yeah, but to your point, Marjorie, if it goes unfilled, then what have we really done? Nothing.
Well, we at least give them the option,
That's true.
right? Even if it goes unfilled, we say, hey, we've extended the olive branch. Just have nobody that wanted to take it and whip us with it.
I do want to make an added change to this specific paragraph, where after it says, unless I'm reading this wrong, where it says by the board pursuant to chapter 18.210 RCW, the next sentence, very bottom there, the next sentence reads, each of the members of the board shall be actively engaged in the practice of engineering. Well, what if that's an on-site?
Doug gave me those comments, we just didn't get him into this.
Okay.
Sometimes I make up something.
Go ahead. Well, we're numbering 4 PEs so we're gonna have a minimum of 4 professional engineers, a minimum of 2 surveyors, and then the other 2.
Yeah, the
Loading.
20 either one, if we keep the same number of 7. One would be a PE or an onsite. Ivan is saying, let's up that by 2 so that we keep at least 5 members of engineers, one on site and one public.
That was really hard for you to say.
It's very hard for me to say, yeah, I just,
So if I could, I remember the meeting because I think it was the first time we met in the new office in Olympia. Because we discussed this.
Yeah.
Times were different, middle of the Tapple case. But we were very reluctant to open this up to the legislators. I would like to suggest we move forward with the pro tem so we can get better on-site representation. See how that works for a while. I'm concerned with putting this out there and putting the spotlight on it that it's out of our control.
Is that your motion? Or is that?
No, Doug has a motion on the table. This is discussion. We're all
Sorry.
discussing what our opinions are of.
Because we, at that meeting in Olympia, we opted not proceed with this, and we had a lengthy discussions. And if I recall, part of it was just the concern with opening this up in legislation. And I would propose we try to work with the pro tem, see how that's going. If we, so anyway, that's my.
One of our fears, not wanting to open this up, is that we had assigned a public member to us. So if we think about embracing that, what we thought about 2 years ago as being a negative or not wanted, if we say maybe it's not too bad to have a public member, the big negative that I recall back then, it goes away.
I might have been one of them. I think it was also related to the Tapple case.
You have to realize, even though you don't put in 2 more members in here, you're still opening 1843 in the legislature. You say, I'm gonna throw a public member in there anyway. That's there.
With the
It's even
pro-
ours decision.
Right.
It's just,
With the pro tem, it's open.
It's open, yeah.
it's,
Pro tem's a little less,
right, but
I don't think the lights are as bright on it as board makeup. Now you're talking how many members and who's on it, and
right, but they could take that opportunity to
I understand,
do the
it's
rest.
always a risk, right?
Yep.
But
I agree with you. I think we should
A whole other bill under it.
test out a pro tem and get the feel of how that is.
So several of the comments and discussions here would suggest that if the vote is called, you would say, no. I'm not telling you this, I'm just saying, that's the way. Respond to such a motion.
well, is there more discussion?
We already voted on the pro tem one, right?
Yes.
It's done. So this one is just the one we hold with this now, not.
Okay, I'm not hearing more discussion. So the motion was to basically, would you,
I would love for Mr. Hendrickson to restate his motion, please.
My statement was to advance these 1843 030 revisions as marked, and they've been identified that some of those markups haven't carried into the displayed version. But so that way, that was the motion.
okay, whoever seconded, was that the right restatement? Is that you?
That was
Okay.
me.
All right, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
So anyone opposed?
Nay.
You made,
Five nays.
they made your own motion.
That's not.
Just gotta get it off the dime.
That's true. No, it's open it for discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. All right, motion fails. Is there another motion?
I would
anyone
like to make a motion that we do not do anything with 030 at this time and proceed with the pro tem motion, but not proceed with the changes to the board membership.
Second.
Probably don't.
Point of discussion, you're already there.
Yeah.
What?
That's a point of discussion, you're already there. So
We just voted one up and one down.
Yeah. So you're already there, I'm not
You
sure.
know, we have a task force that is
So
looking
if
at
you-
changes to 1840.
They're looking for direction.
Which is
Yeah.
a part of, so I'm
The
looking for
direction of the
directions
task
for week 030 alone.
Yeah, that's a shorter, sweeter motion. So we're gonna leave 030 alone.
Leave it alone.
Leave it alone.
Yeah. And was there a second?
I-
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion?
And this goes back to the task force. And the task force is gonna,
The direction to the task force.
Yeah.
Is to not work on this at this time. Yeah.
Change them.
Okay, the motion is to do, take no action at this time on 1843-030. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Marjorie, and the task force. That's a lot of work, and appreciate the work. All right, that was in a new business, I believe. That takes us to the director's report.
All right. We like that. We have our first order item, we have Ian Shelley online. And to present to you the financial report and be ready for questions. So Ian, we got you. I can see you there. There we are.
Welcome, Ian.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. So update on your financial status. This is as of March fiscal month close. BRPELS is looking in good financial condition. A few highlights in the first 9 months of this fiscal year. There have been $1.38 million of expense. There have been $1.50 million of revenues. So we're operating with a net income right now of about $118,000. With that said, across the full biennium, so the 24 months from June 2023 to, July 2023 through June 2025, we are projecting right now a loss of about $225 million. So more expenses than revenues. The revenues have been a smidge lower than the last biennium. They're right now about 5% lower than the prior biennium. But I think that's within the normal fluctuation of revenues. So that's the few big highlights, big picture. We are underspent in a number of areas against our plan. Salaries and benefits have been underspent. Attorney General costs have been underspent. Department of Licensing costs have been underspent so far through these 9 months. Any questions?
Doug, questions? I thought you had.
No, I think we got a resolution on those.
Okay.
We had mostly looked at. I think we were looking at the overtime issues. Yeah. So why we looked at that, why we're looking at a, expectation of significant overrun, I think it was to like 220% or something of, overtime, and I think the discussion, and you felt that was ephemeral?
Yeah, we had, I'll answer the question, Chris, if you're okay with that. We had a couple projects that needed to happen. The old legacy, venture system that Polaris replaced had, a lot of data in it that was in the old Microsoft Access. That data needed to be manually moved by staff into another, data system so we could keep and capture and save the data, historic data. And that took, I think, up to 4 staff members volunteered overtime to help, and that was a significant level. Plus, we've had to fill in some gaps where we've had sick leave and things like that, plus just a rush of comedy license coming in, a lot of questions coming in. And so we have overtime in the licensing staff that we may address with some staff additions potentially. Ian and I and Chris will be working on the financial forecast of that. Ian already has done a little bit of preliminary work on it. And with knowing what he just talked about there, we may need to start looking at how are we going to recover? Because I don't know if it's something we'll take a look at, some we'll bring back, but it might be that we need to look at potentially an increase in dollars for our registration fees to cover some additional expenses. We had planned and set around that we would try to hold between $7 and $8 million as the corpus fund of our balance. Our fund balance is our safety net. However, I think Ian, you shared with me that the kind of the requirement from that is about half of that. I think it's like 5 million or 4 million. Deb is like a safety net in the, or not 400,000, 500,000.
I was gonna say.
He's thinking like NS.
Yeah.
Fund balance to protect if something happens. We have a data breach, we have something that happens that we can draw an emergency, or we have revenue shortage, or a typhoon hits or whatever. But so I'm not sure. We'll talk with Ian. Chris and I are going to work with Ian and try to plan for and give you an update of what that may look like, including some increases in staffing costs. We are moving forward with, as we talked about before, financially, that we're staying where we are in our building. And if we do move into another building, the cost of that is going to be substantial. It will hit our fund budget, and we'll have to go for a new appropriation of monies to be able to do something like that, because we probably can cover that move with what we have in our current allocation. And so our goal is to stay where we're at, continue to carry whatever increases, albeit minor, to stay in the building we're in, and also absorb in the building we're in any new staff members by working with maybe teleworking, hoteling stations, things like that. So our plan is try to maintain where we are in current fees, but just to caution us, we may need to look at a bump in that. I would think maybe 10%, but who knows? We'll come back with a full report later of what that would mean, and then you guys can talk through how that may pan out. Does that leave something out, Chris?
So I think you addressed most of my concerns, with Persianing overtime. It's either we're not doing something right, or we're significantly understaffed.
We're seeing a huge increase, like I would say over the last 6 months, of comedy licenses. It just takes a lot of time to go through all of that. And then the emails, just the engineering customer service inbox, 165 in the morning. I mean, they're happy if they can get it at 100 by the end of the day. It's a lot coming in via the email through, so we've been looking at that, and I think we've just sort of been thinking, well, maybe this is an anomaly with all the comedy and everything, and so now it's been 6 months, so Ken and I are looking at, okay, maybe this is how it's gonna be going forward. And we're also looking at succession planning and how do we want to, do staffing with succession planning and, giving some opportunities with current staff and then bringing other people into licensing. So Bryce has been a huge help. The LMS is gonna help with the law review. So we have a lot of things sort of shifting right now.
So it sounds like with some of the high impulse tasks and high density, that maybe what we'll look at is use some of the tools like you developed on the complaint monitoring. Winnow stuff down, put it in bins pretty quickly and then work those where you need true specialist versus someone who's mostly data management.
Well, they do that. When they go through the inbox, they're like, okay, this goes to Vonna and they flag it for Vonna. This goes to Ken, this goes to Chris. I mean, it's sorted through and handed out, based on that. I'm not saying there aren't lean processes that could go into place, but we're somewhat limited also with Polaris and some of those processes. So we just never know what's going to come into that inbox.
Do you respond with like
There's an automatic reply.
you have like but do you have like a form response that says,
It could take,
provide
yes.
legal advice and, I mean, we have a form that we use for every communication that comes in.
Why don't you get that to us? Because we do that right now, but we do it in a link type.
Yeah.
Well, there's an automatic reply that says, okay, thank you. You have this many days. But if it's something that has to do with, we just say, here's the law, or here's the website, here it is on the website.
We have like a form that.
We do
That
too.
says,
We have forms. How many forms do we have on it?
I know.
Probably 40.
I think what Elizabeth's sharing,
Yeah.
Respectful completely, Chris and Vonna. I would like to see what you have because I'd like to.
Oh, yeah. I would like to see it.
Have
too.
one.
Yeah.
Use it for everything.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
For just mine and your responses, because, and sometimes Jill's and Vonna's and Shannon's,
Yeah.
if we're answering questions to the public or to
Yep.
registrants, we could just put it into one.
No, it would be good to see it for sure, Elizabeth. Yeah.
Because I mean, we can't please all the people, right?
No.
So, yeah.
No.
So we end up sending a lot of that are just like, we can't provide legal advice, but here's some information you might find helpful. That's basically what we say on every letter and we give them a statute.
And Vonna has her hand up as well.
So.
Yeah, Vonna, I'm sorry, we missed your hand.
Can everybody hear me all right? My headset died, so. I just want to say that I think one thing that's going to help with the emails is once our new website gets up and gets working and that information gets out there, I think that will help a lot with a lot of these emails that are going to be come in right now. Because our current website is very confusing on, how to obtain a license. It says these are the requirements. So we get a lot of questions based off of our current website. But the website team, Mackenzie, Greg, Anna and Jill, all of us that have been working on updating the new website for the new content when that comes out, I think will make a big difference.
Good point, Vonna. Yeah.
So staff have been working on a lot of special projects, so it's been taking them out of their seat of the normal amount of work they do, and so we're paying overtime to just do our normal job because we're working on projects that we love to do. And so just know that we are in that, and so it leads us to find and, doing cost analysis. I know it's not a favorable thought, but we need to do cost analysis of what we're doing. And so like our exams, do we want our exams to pay for themselves? So right now, we probably fund 90% of our exam structure with registrant fees. We don't charge what it costs us to build and administer the exams. And so knowing, or 80%, knowing that that's the case, we continue to move forward with more exams, more efforts, more time. Should we be charging the registrants or the examinees the fees to be able to pay for at least 50% of the exam cost? That's something we don't have to discuss here, but those are the items we need to bring to you that all of a sudden, with Dana's contract and doing better psychometrician work and having staff starting to collect more data and do more analysis of the questions, that costs money. And so, and it's costing staff time, we bring another staff member in to help support, move people around, so those are the kind of questions we need to come back to. That's part of the planning of administration. So we need to be upfront. Ian and I and Chris are gonna work some of these out, show you guys what efforts and what issues are. That's fair.
And may I inquire, how long has the fee structure that we currently have been in place unchanged?
Oh, gosh.
Forever.
And longer.
Since 20 years?
It's probably the renewals.
Renewals have gone up.
Renewals have stayed the same for a long time.
Have they? I thought
Yeah,
it went up a while
we
back.
used to suspend portions of them,
Oh, maybe that's.
but, that's been around for.
We
really long
lifted, I
time.
think, the 70% just.
And on-site fees have gone down. They used to pay. And, some of the application fees have been pretty regular too. It's been about, I bet you, yeah, it's probably been close to 20 years, 15 years.
Totally, I've noticed, as I prove expenses within my company, that the fees that the Washington State Geologist Board charges are vastly higher than
Well-
what this organization charges, like double.
And that's DOL, so all of DOL's professional boards have gone up, geologists have gone up significantly.
Yeah, I'm not saying to double the fee, but like,
No.
if, I don't think it would be out of the question to raise some of the fees and to make sure that this effort is covered if
Okay.
needed.
Go ahead, Shannon.
No, go ahead.
No. We will come back with a report and maybe we'll take it to the executive team first, let them mull it over and talk to us, but we will have a full report, kind of a dissertation of this. And that way you guys can help us move forward with some decisions,
Yeah, I mean, of course, costs are gonna go up. Look what's happening in our economy. I think what I find more troubling is revenue going down.
Retirement?
Why else that?
Well, we tried to look at that and Ian, I think you can answer the differentiation. We've not found that there's any discrepancies. So what's collected versus what we registered in the check register. So,
Well, and I just heard there's an uptick in comedy applications that implies more revenue, so.
Yeah.
I think it's,
Looked at the
I think
number,
it should be looked into.
because our number of licenses has actually been increasing, so. Bit of a head scratcher,
Yeah,
because it,
and we had this a few months ago.
Yeah. as I recall, we looked into it and we didn't find anything.
it was a minor glitch and I think Ian, I'll let you speak to what you researched for revenues versus recordables.
Ken, I think that still does need to be looked into. I've looked at the revenues here and I see last biennium, the last 2-year period as a high outlier, and I see this current 2-year period projecting back to the norm of the past 5 or 6 years or so. And what could be the cause of that? It was the pandemic time frame. That's what your mind goes to, but really finding the cause of that is, maybe just conjecture. But the last biennium does appear higher more than this biennium appearing lower. We have not completed an analysis of comparing these revenues to applications and actual licenses.
And just remember, something that came out of, I think, the last board meeting and the one before, Bonnet is now sending monthly sort of breakdown reports to Ian so that he can help reconcile, what applications we've taken in versus what is coming in, so that we're getting what we're due from DOL. That makes sense? Yeah.
Yes.
But it's gonna take a little while for all of that to
Even out.
So we just give it a little bit of time.
Yeah, let's keep some emphasis on that, because here's another report that, like, okay, licenses are up, but revenues are down, so.
That sounds like the accountant.
Okay, so let's keep that elevated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. and-
She's doing it monthly.
Anything else that you'd like to kind of share or,
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. Was that a question for me, Ken?
anything else that you would like to share before more questions come to you?
No, I think we've covered, the main concerns. It was great to hear from you, Ken, on some of your big picture trajectory and projects and things we need to look at the financial side. So I'm good.
Any additional questions from the board? Aaron, I think you maybe got it answered, or?
I did get
Okay.
some of them answered. One question I do have is on the look like the Echo Golf line item, the training. How much of that training was overspent due to mandates coming down into the agency saying that you need to conduct this training, and so it's something that we didn't foresee.
Yeah, we had two very excellent opportunities for training from the academy, a leadership academy that we sent two staff members to, and that was, I think, a total of $36,000, 18 grand a piece, I think. And I'm not sure what that.
Eight each, 8,000.
Okay, 16,000 total. And we do have additional potential leadership development training. We have some professional training that's other staff members are taking. And so training probably will have to increase that bucket, and we're trying to develop for the future. And so we are looking at expanding some of that training, and I would say that a minor amount of it is mandated.
Okay, very minor, but that's not training as like we'll hold a board member training or whatever training. That's completely separate.
Yeah, that's staff training budget, and we are encouraging staff to in professional development, and we will adjust that budget accordingly unless it gets out of. Then we might come back and share with you. We got to move some things around, but right now, if staff members, if it fits what our plan is, we'd like to encourage staff members to attend project management training, leadership training,
Skills training.
Airlight piloting training. Oh, sorry.
Plane talk.
Plane talk.
Okay, on the other item was the contractual services.
Yes.
We use programs for Waltdale, we have other SMEs. Is there any sort of area that we have not made those individuals or volunteers whole? Like, oh yeah, we still have to pay this person, or?
I don't think so. So pro tems, unfortunately, well, or whatever, they agree to work at the same rate you guys at 5 cents an hour. And so, yeah, $50 a day or whatever it is, reimbursables. And so, SMEs, we don't pay them their hourly, we pay reimbursables, expenses and things like that. We could bring contractors in like Dana's, Foresight, the LMS contract that's coming up, Capital Business Machines, other things for working on equipment, odds and ends that our team really has. We have a contract relationship with DBS. Again, he's our lead. Chris really is watching a lot of that too. And so I don't think to answer your question, I don't think we've not let anybody holding red, but my goal is that we pay by the 10th. And I think we've always paid unless somehow a receipt got lost. We are known for paying our fees, our other agencies.
Yeah, just the underspend is something that, why were we, I guess, so far off of that
Well,
mark?
if I may, example with the Danish contract, we don't pay the whole amount up front, that we're paying per phase. So they're only considering the first two phases of the Danish contract right now.
So realized that.
Plus, when Paul the Tar and I built that schedule, I was dreaming of essentially maybe bringing some contractors in to help us with other things. It's still made it possible. We're talking about it now, especially with LMS and things like that. And Greg's PR program, I know he's got a budget that I thought maybe we might have to cover some additional expenses as we are moving forward with outreach and education. So we've left up that, but we can move those monies around if necessary.
And if I can interject, if the question about the contractual service underspend is it in relation to the ER category, projecting for 104,000 underspend?
I think you were talking about.
Correct.
Echo Golf, Echo Romeo.
Yeah, so the Echo Romeo, currently right now, the Department of Licensing contract, Department of Licensing bills, BRPELS, Department of Licensing, the first two quarterly bills we've seen have been below our estimates. And the third quarter invoice should be being delivered to us very shortly. I was in contact with the DOL staff earlier this week. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that one because it is a curiosity to me as well. That has been significantly lower than the expenses we realized last biennium. Just as an example, so far the monthly bill from DOL has been coming in at what is this? About $25,000 per month. Excuse me, per quarter. I'm getting my months and quarters a little bit mixed up. It's coming at 25,000 a quarter. This biennium, last biennium, it was about $80,000 a quarter.
But didn't we just sign a contract?
Yeah.
For, isn't it for something like 20 something a month?
Maximum cost, but it was still direct bill.
And I haven't seen this part yet, Ken, if there's a new contract in place that's changing, the terms with DOL.
We'll make sure we get that to you.
Yeah, it's been signed, so.
I think that, we're still finding our way. We have on what they call some reset contracts. They're called CES contracts, outright. And with the AEG, with DES, WATAG, not with WATAG yet. We're still month to month with WATAG, but they're set aside, so they take that right from our budget and allocate that don't spend until it's filled. And so we don't see those necessarily in as a fluctuation yet.
Any other questions? Ian?
Ian, thank you so much. I know you're available by phone and we'll try to get together soon to work out the OFM report by May 3rd. So I'll work with you tomorrow morning and see what we can do.
All right, perfect. We'll work with you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Thanks, Ian.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we covered agency operations pretty well.
I have a question. Are you going either now or sometime address or remind us of the upcoming audit?
I'll do that right now. I'll set up to my trusty. I'll just keep it myself.
Yeah.
Yes, so we are scheduled for an audit and we had envisioned that it was going to be a larger audit than perhaps what will come our way, because it may be more of just a financial audit. And if that's the case, I don't think we will have much problem. There may be some minor tweaks here and there of timing of billing and timing of receipts and getting into whatever level in the right place and parts, but I think those are just minor little, there shouldn't be findings. One, we don't want findings, because then we're spending a lot of effort. If the audit we thought was gonna happen, we think we're pretty sure it's not gonna happen. But we're not sure whether it's a policy and procedure audit and well as a financial audit. We're scrambling to get things filled the gap, and hopefully we'll be there. I know that Mackenzie's working on this self-audit process, looking at our policies, procedures, working with Elizabeth, working with Doug and Chris, examination, and Shannon, I'm sorry. And Shannon wrote this great policy just recently on exam. And so, sorry.
Training as well, making sure we're all compliant with our trainings.
Yeah, and so all those things potentially could be in our audit, and hopefully there will be findings, because we're really trying to, and we're taking it as that's the audit. That we don't know when it will happen, but we're assuming June.
We know it'll be the second half of this year, so anticipating some kind of notice, probably July, August timeframe. We may reach out just to get the conversation started.
Yeah. So it'll take some time with us, and so, this may be, should I talk about our top secret project?
We have a top secret project? You've been done.
Did they say Jill?
Like have some good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll do the super top secret.
All right, okay, go ahead.
Is that all right, staff, that I share the super top secret?
Sure.
Yeah.
Share it with us,
But
too.
you're talking-
You know me, I'm a dunce man, right? So here it goes. We would like to consider the board to work on 5 instead of 6 board meetings. And having the 6th meeting, still meet 6 times, being a strategic planning and training session only. And not have it as a regular business meeting. And reason why, staff exhausted trying to run all the projects and normal day-to-day business as well as prepare for the board meetings. And so thinking maybe we could extend a little bit of a break during the June to October meeting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that we could do that as staff training, not training, board training, staff training, a retreat type of setup, strategic planning, financial planning, board up tech. We get to know each other, that type of thing, and not have everybody have to prepare reports. Not saying they're not gonna have to work 10 times as hard for that meeting, but it'd be a whole different set of muscles. And so I think that it would be basically a relief.
Was that at Ivan's house?
Yeah.
As long as we can talk us again. Anytime.
Nice house.
That's why I did a full canvassing of all the property. I was looking for the zip lines, horses, all that. And you knew that was mine, Mike.
That's all excavating lodge.
Oh.
I think Shannon uses the term workshop, right?
It's workshop.
Workshop sounds more
Workshop, yes, that's the term.
less boondoggle.
Okay. So I know we're not asking for action, but I just wanted to get maybe a secret twinkle in your eye if you think we could, that's something you guys would be interested in us pursuing.
One of my 2 cents is somebody that's never gonna experience. I get the idea of possibly doing that workshop in probably August. So being somebody that my schedule is always full, August has always been difficult because we have a board meeting for 2 days and then we're usually gone for NCEF.
Right.
So if you could somehow combine the two, that would be great, or maybe filter one off to another month, move the workshop up to another month
Could be.
for August.
Well, we could ask NCWS and move their annual meeting.
Or just tack on 2 days. Most of the board's going now anyway, just tack on 2 days and
Oh,
they're
stop
all
off
there
point.
and do it there because.
Well, I'd like to,
Wait from people.
Staff.
What?
And you
I'd
need
like to actually
staff
shut the office down
training.
and have all staff. That's my super top secret, is that we shut the office down and have all staff there.
But it definitely doesn't have to be August.
No.
It
It could be February.
could be
Fourth of July or.
September and we're kind of back in.
Isn't that adding a meeting? What would you remove?
We move.
Don't do a meeting in August.
A board meeting.
We have to do August because there's a lot of business for the annual meeting.
So then that has business meeting.
Well, it can't be April, August, or October.
Well, June is our normal annual meeting.
Has to be,
Has to be.
have to have a meeting.
And in reality, don't we?
It's
get to
December or
be
February.
Actionable items
June.
in June.
We could.
So we could go through those and just shortening things up and looking at what's, really important to you guys. And I did identify those and maybe not go through the ones that are not necessarily as important. But yeah, I agree. I asked for staff that we do it this year and they said, let's do it next year. So it would be a year away. So sorry, Ivan. But you are staying on.
How do we maintain, open public meeting and encourage participation of those that generally come to each meeting and each committee meeting with ideas and help? I'm thinking of like LSCW and, I mean, it's a very engaged group. We had public members here, offering public comment. How do we drop a meeting, that's their venue, that's their voice to be able to come to us and have that public comment.
I think that there's some venues for that, maybe soliciting early that we're not going to be meeting in August, and if there are, yes.
Well, really for OPMA, we want to have an agenda. We have an agenda, we post the meeting as a workshop. We have the agenda in place so they know what we're doing and that's transparent. And we can have a portion of that time frame be maybe a place for the public to come, to have public comment, but it's on the agenda. Maybe we give an estimated time or something like that, but it's doable to make something like that.
Committees could still meet even if we don't have a board meeting to do approvals of things.
When we had our workshops before, we had one for rulemaking. And that's when all the board and the public was invited, and we did have ASCE and LSAW representatives there to help us write our rules. And then we had one for 1843 potential changes. And we had a lot of public people there. I mean, we had SEAW there and LSAW there, and then a bunch of DOL and somebody, I can't remember who else, but they've always been open public meetings, and we just use our.
So what we're discussing is not changing or dropping a date, but just changing the format of the meeting on that date. What we're talking.
Well, we may move the date so it loosens up from NCWS and all that we move the meeting sometime in September. But at least having the thought of let's pursue this and we can report back maybe in the next couple of meetings. I don't think this will work. If you absolutely think that we'll need 6 working meetings, then we can drop it.
I'm hearing a general openness to the idea.
I'd say keep pursuing it.
Okay. And Ken, you got a really strange frown on you.
Oh, no, I was saying, it was a time check.
Oh,
Just letting you know.
oh, I better move on. Okay, so, back to program reports, we're gonna make these brief, please. Communication outreach, great.
All right, want to talk for just a moment about some of the strategic goals that we have for communication. Two of those strategic things are expanding education about the importance of professional licensure. So that's one of our targets. Another one is education on monument preservation. Some of the tactical things that we've been doing are communication with colleges and universities, encouraging licensors through guest lectures, promoting EIT exams, etc. Also educating public on importance of hiring professional engineers and surveyors through title companies, real estate associations, home shows, and etc. And finally, presentation booths, etc., with city and county officials about improving monument preservation. Some of the upcoming projects we've got from the Communication Task Force we've been working on are exploring Google Ads. If someone is searching for a engineer or a land surveyor, making sure they're looking for a professional engineer or land surveyor, and reaching them through Google Ads. Also contacting construction and on-site associations, realty and title companies. We're also adding links to our website from NCEES and other places for exam study materials, because we've heard that that's something that we can improve on and help with. We've also developed some PowerPoints and video for monument preservation and some of those education projects. Website, we're finishing that up. It is all but done. We have a meeting that was supposed to happen today, but we bumped that to next week, early next week, and should be live by the end of May after beta testing. And also the journal coming out in about 2 weeks has a new look and layout for our next edition. Completed projects, a shout out for LinkedIn. It is now live, as you may know, but since we're not commenting on posts, a reminder, please, we depend on board members, staff, and others to both like and share, please.
All right,
So,
thank you. Any questions for Greg?
Like and share, what's that?
Add your
Okay.
Oh,
gotcha.
Sorry, I was on.
I struck it.
Smart.
I'll keep it quiet.
It'll come up. It'll come up though.
The lounge chair in the back, Shannon.
I'll make my story short. We're still doing rulemaking. We have
Okay.
2 sections open, well now, a few more with the petition. Still getting public disclosure requests, public records requests, and still working on my standard work process documents. I hope to have the committee structure / practices one done before the new committees are assigned.
Any questions for Shannon? Comments?
Nice job,
Shannon.
You talked to.
Oh, all right, girl. Never playing dog, right? Okay, so investigation and compliance.
Okay, well, obviously still working on the PDH audits, been updated several times on that. The digital signature, Chris so graciously took that over and wrote the article that's gonna be in our next journal. Sanctions list, I'm still working on that, and then have been currently updating the desk bench, what do we call it now, standard work processes. Yeah, so yeah, that's my report.
Can I just make a comment that when I read your reports, I'm always a little confused as to what's new?
Get the
And it
bottom.
always starts with C and Rich's name.
I know.
And Rich is helping. Oh, wait a minute. These are all the old things.
Yeah, I just add to the bottom of it. I can take those all off and put what's currently happening right now.
Current, that's kind of.
You bet.
By the time we get to this point in the packet, we've read a lot. So
Yeah. You don't want to read
Would be great.
extra.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Problem.
Licensing.
Vonna said she's been having issues with her headset. Vonna, do you want to give the report? Are you good to go, or you want me to do it? I guess that means me. Where do we start here? Well, so we're working with Danis on the JTA for the onsite, and then also we're getting beta testing for 2 new tests for PLS. and working towards that. And of course, the item writing workshop coming up. We do have a few bugs in Polaris. Honest, keeping up on those. Emily's tracking those fairly well. Scantron, we're still just loading things into the item banks. So, you know, that's gonna be ongoing for a little bit. And then box cleanup, ensuring all items are uploaded to Polaris. That's part of those projects staff been working on. And then here's all the licensing data. I'm not gonna read through all these. You guys have copies of them. So just, do you have any questions? We did fix an error from last time.
We did. Was
There's an error in the PE number, and it was like 2 digits instead of 3 digits, so we did fix it.
it was right here.
Yeah, so we fixed it. It was 23 instead of 223, so that's been fixed.
Right, anything else, Chris?
I have something else to add for her too.
Oh, yeah.
What we didn't see on her report, what was Chris was speaking to earlier, which is Vanna sending over reports to Ian, sounds like monthly.
Yes, yeah, she's been doing that.
Okay, administration McKenzie.
That's me. Okay, so quite a lot here. Growth of agency. So we're still working on recruitment for new board members, as we've discussed a couple times today and yesterday. Christina and I both completed the leading organizations training, which we're now implementing what we've learned with staff. Chris has taken our regular staff meeting that we do every week and made it really more interactive. We do somewhat of an activity. We've got mostly interpersonal type of activities, communication styles, just really helping us become a better, fully formed team. Lots of different activities there, but that's been really helpful for us to not just say, this is what I'm working on this week, but be able to interact in a different way. Succession planning. So we're working on those standard working documents or desk manuals. I listed them this time because I didn't last time. So we're working on the board clerk BAP 101. Thank you, Elizabeth. The executive assistant manual, the admin assistant manual, and board member manual. Form updates and websites. Of course, Greg just talked to the website. It is almost done. We're in the home stretch with that. And then Bryce and I have updated all our forms online that are available and some that aren't available online with the new logo. And we're working on some accessibility there. We're preparing for that audit, which we've talked about as well. And I wanted to make sure I stated that it is fiscal year closeout coming. So the fiscal year 24 ends on June 30th. So make sure, really what that means for you is make sure you get any travel reimbursements in as soon as you can. Timesheets, things like that, please have them available to us before June 30th. Small agency governance with WATEC. This is something we've actually been doing for a while that I haven't reported on. And I thought we really needed to speak up about this. Greg's been assisting with this, and recently Christina has joined too. And what this is we really are aiding with the decisions about the services that WATEC offers us. So we have a direct vote on what services we get, which is really great. And we've learned a lot. We've learned some new things like cell phone, text message archiving, social media. Well, that we didn't get in this one, but more to come on that.
Yeah.
And other than that, required training. So of course, you've seen some emails come out, and thank you to those who have gotten their military spouse training done. I'm very impressed with how quickly that was completed. So please have that military spouse training done. Again, June 30th. You'll see this date a lot because not only is it the end of the fiscal year, but I'm preparing for that audit, which is coming the second half of this year. And then the diversity, equity, and inclusion training. That's that big training that was mandated by our governor. Most of us, I know all of staff, have watched the video, and we are now able to pick a seat. We can register for a seat for the modules, and there's 4. If you have an opportunity, please go into your I'm sorry, the learning center that we have and see if you can register for that. Feel free to get a hold of me if you need some help on how to register.
Mackenzie, that's required for board members as well?
It is. You have quite a long time to get it done, but please do it.
Didn't you say
That's
they changed
different
the-
than the video we watched.
It's, the video is the first part, and then 4 modules to go along with them. They're instructor-led. Virtual.
Okay.
Didn't you say they changed the name of it also? It's not, is it called DEI still or?
Well, the DEI is kind of just the overarching, each module has its own name, and they all should be already assigned to you.
Oh.
So I don't want to get into the weeds, but if you get into your Learning Center account, it'll be available in your library. It'll be right there for you to click register. But again, please contact me if you need some help. Admin policies, this is something that's ongoing. That's why it's there, kind of in gray. So really big push right now to get policies completed because of the audit that's coming. We want to make sure that we establish any missing policies. Review and update any outdated policies. And there's quite a few that I'm working on, and that somehow I keep adding more and more. And then quickly, those completed items, legal backgrounds on all the application forms, the new logo on the forms, and then some of those administrative policies that you've seen, emeritus membership policy, and then also our ethics policy, which we've had for quite a while. It was just pretty outdated.
All right. Any other items from the staff? We miss questions for staff? All right. AAG, who's done? AAG does not have any other items.
Well, I want to add here too, so Elizabeth and I have talked about this, and if Elizabeth doesn't have anything to present to us, you might not see this item on the agenda anymore. So,
When she does, we'll have something, we will put it back on the agenda.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, but normally I speak to the things that, committees are working on.
Yeah.
Other issues, so at different times. So by the time the Assistant Attorney General's report comes up, it's hard because for one thing, I would need to tell you ahead of time because it needs to be on the agenda.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth.
this is kind of old school, this thing, and it doesn't really work with you.
Okay, we'll strike it. We're good strikers this week.
Kinsey, do we still have public?
We do, we have 2 public members.
All right. We're at the part of the agenda that allows for additional public comment. All board meetings are open to the public, and the board invites comments and discussions from the general public. Individuals may give verbal comments during the public comment period with 3 minutes allotted to each speaker. You may comment about any matter that is on the agenda, any matter that concerns you. Board meetings are not adjudicative proceedings nor hearings, so the board cannot accept and oral testimony in support of or to any given complaint or application. Before you give comments, we encourage you to familiarize yourself with the board's statutory authority. All public comments are subject to disclosure under the Public Records Act. Would anyone like to make a public comment? Okay, I don't see anybody going off mute. All right. Thank you those for attending. Upcoming outreach and events. Greg.
Yes, upcoming. Mid-May, NCEES graduation cords going out to local universities, for those that have completed, at least taking the EIT. Also, June 24th, WSACE, that is the Association of Counties, if I remember correctly. They have their yearly meeting in Ritzville on June 24th. We're planning on a presentation about professional engineers and monument preservation. And then also on October 9th and 10th, APWA's fall conference is in Kennewick. We plan to have a presentation and booth there, most likely on monument preservation. So those are a few of the things on the horizon.
The
the June 24th through the 27th, that's the county engineers.
Yes.
County engineers, thank you.
Association of Counties.
Okay, counties, I heard the counties is the part I remember.
Yeah, county engineering.
And I'm not sure who's gonna give that presentation because I'm gonna be gone.
Okay.
So,
I might hobble there.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it. We've actually just made connections with them recently and are building some bridges.
I'm careful, it takes a different time.
Did I hear something about trying to meet on May 23rd?
Yeah,
Okay, what,
we discussed that yesterday.
well, I think it should be here. So we're meeting as a board on the 23rd.
Actually,
Yeah.
virtually.
In Olympia, hybrid, so Olympia and virtually.
The thought
Just to
was to,
discuss.
based on the discussions of the UK agreement, that would happen at the NCS zones, so they're not. I guess we have the June 6th deadline to we decide whether or not we want to attend that signing, but it kind of sounds like we're, after today's discussion, it was.
Might not be necessary.
Yeah, I'm not sure, you know, I think if we are prepared to just, yeah. I would argue it's not necessary, but if everybody really wants to meet,
Would say it's not necessary, but after today's discussion.
yeah, I think we need a lot more information.
Okay.
23rd. Is there agreement on that? Head nod, okay. Okay, so next board meeting would then be Port Activist.
Correct.
No one left for that. You know, you can't get there from Spokane.
how could I get to Spokane? Gotta be first. Well, you can fly. They have some charters that are from. Take you to Bonefield and then.
Sure, that will be allowed by the state.
Oh, of course.
No, I look forward to that, actually. I haven't been in that part of the state for quite a while, so. Yeah. Yeah,
The venue is beautiful.
yeah, no, that's gonna be awesome. Okay, was that in on outreach and events?
Yes.
Okay. Any affiliate involvement? Type announcements, seem like we talked a lot about NCWF already. We're running a little late, so unless it's pretty critical, okay. All right, McKinsey, action items from this meeting.
Okay. Okay, so we have EQC to meet with Steph Goodnow from NCEES for an overall understanding of how decoupling would work. Wanted to research how NCEES evaluates applications for all exams. And that's in regards to the US, UK, MRA.
Decoupling.
Exactly. Board members to send Marjorie their questions that they may have about the MRA. Proceed with changes to RCW 43033 to allow for a pro tem on site.
I think that's 1843. Oh, three.
Oh, I'm sorry, got 43 on 1843. Advance the petition for rulemaking. Send NCEES the name of our funded delegates for the annual meeting, which would be Doug, Marjorie, and Aaron. To release the results of the March state exams for PLS and on-site. And to form the interagency agreement task force to meet with DNR and DOT. That task force would include Chris, Jim, Ken, Sean Simmons from DOT, and Pat Beeler from DNR. Did I miss any?
And that will be just a fly on the wall.
Pretty big flash. All right,
I'll revise it.
thank you, Mackenzie. Mackenzie, how about agenda items for next meeting?
All right, I have two. I have an inkling that there may be more, but we've got a signing of the nominating committee, since we didn't take action on that. And then the US-UK Mutual Recognition Agreement will be following, circling back to that in June. Was there anything else that we need?
Staff is going to present the language for 1843-033 of CW.
Yes.
Yes.
And should we put the NCWS motions on the agenda just
Yes.
because we could, I think, start discussion?
And put on the action items next to that 1843, put minor edits from 1843 task force.
Okay.
Obviously, we have elections, right? Or what do we call it?
Not something.
And that will be.
Nomination committee report and election.
Yeah.
And that's, we're talking NCEES.
No.
So would it not be assign a nominating committee? Would it be a different terminology
And for June,
for June?
we have to vote on a new.
Yeah.
A new
So-
board chair and vice chair.
So that
Oh, I'm
comes in
sorry, we
direction.
should listing nominating committee as an agenda item, right?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, no, that'll be done before. So there'll be a report from the nomination, a recommendation and an election.
You'll be selecting the nominating committee just in between.
I will.
Okay.
What do I need to do to document that or make? it
It's just a
official?
direction. Just for you.
Either two people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Any other agenda items?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Oh.
Said we don't really have to.
That's.
Pop that balloon.
Set him up.
You guys vote on it?
Was there a second?
Marjorie.
All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Vonna.
Actually, Robert's rules do allow.
Bye, Vonna.
the Chair to adjourn the meeting if you've completed your.
Bye.